Please invite your seats. We're ready to begin. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the New York City Council hearing on the Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism. At this time, please find your seats and please do not approach the dais. If you are testifying today, fill out a slip with the sergeants at the back. And also silence your electronics. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, you may begin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilmember Ina Vernikov, co-chair of the Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism. First, I would like to thank our co-chair, Councilmember Eric Dinowitz, for joining me in heading up the first ever hearing of this newly established task force entitled Reporting on Anti-Semitic Hate Crimes and Bias Incidents in New York City. I also want to thank the Council's Jewish Caucus and the members of this task force for recognizing the urgency of this moment and for meeting that urgency with concrete action. I want to begin by sharing something personal and talk about why this task force is so important to me. I was born in the Ukraine, which was part of the former Soviet Union. My family, like thousands of families I am privileged to represent, came to this country as refugees, many escaping institutionalized anti-Semitism. We know what it looks like when hatred of the Jewish people is tolerated, normalized, and allowed to fester. Jews were forced to hide their identities, conduct wedding ceremonies and Jewish rituals in basements, and change their last names. Unfortunately, this virus of Jew hatred is not new to us. Every generation, there is someone who comes for the Jewish people, and every generation, the Jewish people persevere. This country and this city gave us what no other place on earth did. It gave us freedom. Freedom to worship and practice as we wish, and freedom to be proud of who we are. Freedom from harassment, intimidation, and persecution for simply being born a Jew. And yet, here we are in New York City at a critical moment, with hate crimes and bias incidents against the Jewish community making up over half of all suspected hate crimes in New York City. That means that the Jewish community experiences more hate crimes than all other communities combined, even as Jews make up only 10%, around 10% of the city population. In 2025, a suspected anti-Jewish incident was occurring every 26 hours. The average number of anti-Jewish hate crimes per month in New York City has risen steadily from 17 incidents per month in 2021 to nearly 29 per month in 2024. Anti-Semitic assaults have increased by a staggering 583% over the past 5 years. So I ask, how long are we going to allow this to continue? And where do we think this will all lead? I want to be clear. Anti-Semitism is not just a problem for the Jews. It is a rot that spreads through the fabric of a society. I will not allow that same rot to take hold here, in this city that I love, which has the largest diaspora Jewish community in the world. And that is why I am committed to calling it out and tackling it, no matter where it comes from, the right or the left, from near or far. It's often easy to condemn anti-Semitism of your opponents or from the other side of a political aisle, and we all do that plenty. But I know that it takes more courage to also stand up and denounce it when it comes from your own party. We must do so anyway, because it is the right thing to do. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of recent incidents we can list, but just 2 nights ago, there was an incident in my district where a group of masked protesters decided to march outside a day school and a house of worship, intimidate children and their parents trying to pick them up from daycare. 2-year-olds were crying while grown adults with their faces covered shouted at them. Police were present, but unfortunately no safe distance between the protest activity and synagogue and daycare was created. There was no political activity occurring inside the school. It was midday on a Monday when children should feel safe and carefree in their schools. A rabbi was inside the synagogue preparing a boy for his bar mitzvah. The protesters, who were too cowardly to even show their faces, shouted in a clear attempt to intimidate worshipers and children. Is this acceptable? Do we think this should be normalized? The world once looked away and saw the annihilation of millions of innocent people. This task force was created because we refused to look away. Our job is to understand what is happening with hate crimes and bias incidents in the city, what is being reported, what is not being reported, why, and what we intend to do about it. I am proud to chair this task force. I'm proud that this task force is comprised of a diverse group of council members who may disagree on many things, but who agree that we cannot and will not ignore the virus of Jew hatred. I'm thankful to the city agencies and offices, to the district attorney's office, who have joined us here to discuss this incredibly critical issue. And I'm committed to making sure that when we leave this room today, we're closer to real answers and real action. Thank you very much, and I would now like to turn over to my chair, Councilmember Dinowitz, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Vernikov. And thank you for sharing such personal stories about life in the former Soviet Union. It reminds me of my father-in-law, who in the 80s took trips to the former Soviet Union to secretly conduct weddings and perform Jewish rituals. And every time he would tell me these stories, I think, you would think that can only happen in a foreign country. In fact, it was happening in a foreign country. But during my time as a teacher, and particularly in my last 4.5 years of chair as the Jewish caucus, I've witnessed not only an increase in anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish incidents around New York City, but quite disturbingly, I've witnessed too many people in positions of power become increasingly comfortable with staying silent on this issue, comfortable looking the other way, comfortable with providing context or justification to what is blatant hate. That, in part, is why I'm so grateful for Speaker Menin's leadership on the issue, for the Jewish caucus, for the creation of this task force, and for my co-chair. I'm grateful that we are sitting here raising our voices on an issue that has been ignored by too many people for far too long. It's time for us to confront the scourge of anti-Semitism and stop it dead in its tracks. And in order to do that, we need to be clear-eyed about the problem we are confronting. And we need to understand just how ubiquitous anti-Jewish hate crimes are and just how ubiquitous anti-Jewish bias incidents are. My co-chair shared some alarming statistics about the rise and prevalence of anti-Jewish hate crimes, but it's important not just to talk about these crimes in the context of statistics, but what these crimes mean. Because in hate crime, a crime against a Jewish person for their beliefs, for their shared ancestry, is not just an attack on that person, but it's an attack on that people. It harms the entire community. Now, many of these are missed in the news. They've become so normalized that they don't even get reported on. But just a few examples. In Brooklyn, a man drove his vehicle onto the front lawn of a Jewish institution, attempting to run over yeshiva students and teachers while shouting, "I'm going to kill the Jews." A Jewish woman was sexually harassed with her skirt lifted up and lewd comments made by a perpetrator who stated, "I want to see her ass, she's Jewish." In June of last year, an elderly man was punched in the face while hanging posters for Israeli hostages while his attacker yelled, "Free Palestine." That same month, a Jewish man walking home on Shabbat was repeatedly kicked by an assailant who yelled and blamed him for Gaza and left the man unconscious in the street. In February of this year, a man showed up at a Manhattan synagogue on Shabbat, claiming to be a reincarnation of Adolf Hitler and threatening to kill the worshipers. A child riding a public bus in the Bronx had a driver turn and say to them, "You best not be a effing Jew." Most disturbingly, according to the Anti-Defamation League, 23% of anti-Jewish incidents that occurred in Brooklyn, which has the largest number of incidents, have involved children or places frequented by children, including schools and playgrounds. Close to a quarter of incidents in Brooklyn have been targeting our youth, our kids. How can we remain silent? As a former teacher, I know how crucial it is to confront issues directing children directly and to take decisive action to ensure a better future for them. At today's hearing, we are doing just that. We are here to listen to city agencies and offices responsible for tracking and responding to anti-Jewish incidents, and ultimately to the community members who are living this reality. I intend to use this task force to make sure that my voice, as a council member, the voice of this city council, leads somewhere meaningful. Because throughout our history as a people, we have seen time and time again the inaction of governments leading to the persecution or eviction of Jewish people and Jewish communities from their homes. And throughout history, they've been driven away, but today, we will not be the government that sits silently by. We will not be a government of inaction that allows Jews to be persecuted because we are looking the other way. I want to thank you all for coming today, to the administration, to everyone here who plans to testify and offer testimony, and I want to turn it back to my co-chair, Chair Vernikoff.
Thank you, Chair Dinowitz, and I would now like to acknowledge my colleagues on the task force who are present with us today: Councilmember Hanks, Councilmember Maloney, Councilmember Epstein, and Councilmember Gail Brewer. And in addition to thanking members of the administration and other interested stakeholders, the witnesses who are here testifying today, I would like to thank the Speaker's office, and also, last but not least, we would like to thank our respective staff members: Executive Director of Minority Delegation Peter Spencer, my Legislative Director Troy Olson, my Communications Liaison Karen Curson, my Operations Director Izzy Weiss, and Chair Dinowitz's Chief of Staff Jenna Kloss, and Legislative Director Theo Salter, as well as Sarah Liss, Special Counsel to the Speaker, and Christy Dwyer, Senior Legislative Policy Analyst for the Office of the Special Counsel, who helped make today's hearing possible. I have to say, this is my first time chairing a hearing, and you two are absolutely incredible. Thank you. Before we continue, I would like to remind everyone who wishes to testify in person today that you must fill out an appearance card, which is located on the desk of the Sergeant at Arms near the entrance of this room. Please fill it out, even if you have already registered to testify in advance. To allow as many people as possible to testify, public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per person. I'm also going to ask my colleagues to limit their questions and comments to 5 minutes each. Please note that witnesses who are here in person will testify before those who are on Zoom. I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Felder, who is here with us today. And now we are ready to begin. In accordance with the rules of the council, I will call on the committee council to administer the affirmation to the witnesses from the administration who are going to give testimony.
Hi. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Vernikov, Chair Dinowitz, and members of the Council's Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism. My name is Michael Gerber, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters for the NYPD. I'm joined here today by Assistant Chief Andrew Arias, Commanding Officer of the Detective Bureau's Specialty Enforcement Division. On behalf of Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, we thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding hate crime reporting. Every day, the NYPD investigates a wide range of crimes across New York City. Among the most infuriating and heartbreaking are hate crimes, offenses in which the victim is targeted because of one or more protected characteristics. These crimes tear at the fabric of society, both through the acts themselves and the underlying hatred that seeks to divide us. We must hold the perpetrators accountable and give our support to the victims, both the individuals targeted and the communities of which they are a part. As part of this critical, shared work. Members of the public need clear, accurate, and timely data about hate crime activity. That data shows that while Jews make up roughly 10% of New Yorkers, more than 50% of the hate crimes in the city in the first quarter of 2026 were classified as anti-Jewish. This was true in 2024 and 2025 as well. Anti-Semitism has been a source of violence and destruction for millennia. It is on the rise globally, and it is a reality in our city today. That said, our procedures regarding hate crime reporting are the same across all types of hate crime, and so I'm going to speak about those procedures more broadly. When it comes to hate crimes, there are two data sets that are important. One is the set of confirmed hate crimes. After an incident is reported as a possible hate crime, the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force, an elite group of detectives, determines whether the incident is properly categorized as a hate crime under governing law and devotes tremendous resources and expertise to bringing those responsible to justice. The number of such confirmed hate crime cases, where they occurred, the nature of the crimes, and their breakdown by the type of bias at issue is all crucial information. This confirmed hate crime information is the data of record for the NYPD when it comes to hate crime activity in the city. It is carefully measured and rigorously maintained within department systems and used for crime analysis. It is provided to the state and the FBI for crime reporting purposes. And it is shared with the public through the Hate Crimes Dashboard, NYC Open Data, and the Hate Crimes Summary Reports. In particular, the Hate Crimes Dashboard provides this information in a user-friendly manner and enables anyone to review and visualize hate crime data in different ways. The dashboard includes incident-level data regarding every confirmed hate crime in New York City and whether arrests have been made in connection with those hate crimes. I want to emphasize that nothing about how we calculate and track confirmed hate crimes has changed at all. There is a second important data set when it comes to hate crimes, and that is reported hate crimes. That is, incidents flagged as possible hate crimes for investigation by the task force, whether because of information provided by a complainant or witness, observations by patrol, incidents that have been flagged by communal organizations or civic leaders, or any other reason to refer a case to the task force. To be clear, not all of these incidents will be confirmed as hate crimes by the task force. As our detectives investigate, they may determine that, on the evidence before them and under the requirements of state law, some of these reports cannot be classified as hate crimes. There can be various reasons for this. Sometimes the crime in question is not a specified offense under the New York State Hate Crimes Act, and therefore, even if the crime is bias-based, it cannot be categorized as a hate crime under New York law. Sometimes our investigation reveals that the victim was not targeted because of a protected characteristic, but for some other reason entirely. And sometimes it may in fact be a hate crime, but the evidence is not there to support the charge. Indeed, under New York law, the fact that a victim is a member of a protected class is not legally sufficient without more to charge a hate crime. An individual may perceive that they were the victim of a hate crime, and they may be right, but the law requires more before we can bring that charge. Until this month, the NYPD had not systematically tracked and had never released to the public the universe of reported hate crimes referred to the task force for investigation. This set of possible hate crimes is not the data that we rely on for crime analysis or for state and federal reporting purposes. It is distinct from the confirmed hate crime data that reflects the investigative work of the task force. But the data regarding reported hate crimes reflects something else. It captures what victims perceive to be hate crimes. That understanding by the individual victim and by the individual's community matters. It can result in pain and trauma that is separate and distinct from whether something qualifies as a hate crime. Tracking and sharing data regarding reported hate crimes expresses the significance of this experience, by victims and communities. And trends in reported hate crimes are a way of gauging, over time, how victims and their communities perceive criminal activity. That is why, as the police commissioner announced several weeks ago, we are now reporting monthly on both confirmed hate crimes and reported hate crimes. This will enhance transparency and foster public discourse, giving data not only on what constitute hate crimes under the law, but also on what victims experience as hate crimes. The department has long prioritized hate crime investigations and the work of the task force, but Commissioner Tisch identified a deficiency in our reporting and ordered the department to correct it. We are proud to take this step, which we believe places the NYPD at the forefront of hate crime reporting in the country. I also want to address a change that we made in the beginning of March, when we stopped using a data set that we had previously appended to our monthly crime reports. That data did not reflect confirmed hate crimes. It did not reflect reported hate crimes. It was numbers pulled from an informal tracker that had a mix of reported hate crimes that had not yet been classified by the task force and confirmed hate crimes. These were hodgepodge numbers, resulting in clarity about nothing. When the police commissioner learned how this data was being generated, she directed the department to stop reporting in this way. That step, like this decision to start sharing reported hate crime numbers as well as confirmed hate crime numbers, was taken at the direction of Commissioner Tisch. As is typical of crime data reporting more generally, these changes in hate crime reporting were not the initiative or direction of anyone at City Hall. We firmly believe that these were the right decisions, and we stand by them. That said, we should have done a better job explaining what we were doing and why we were doing it. And, on reflection, we should have made the changes at one time rather than in two steps. Anti-Jewish hate crimes, and all hate crimes, are a scourge on our city. The NYPD is proud of its daily, relentless efforts to solve these crimes, achieve justice for victims, and keep New Yorkers safe. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and we look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
We're calling on the DA's office to testify. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I want to thank Councilmember Ina Vernikov, the chair, and co-chair Eric Dinowitz for the invitation to speak at this inaugural testimony. I am Eric Gonzalez. I'm the district attorney of Brooklyn, and I am proud to stand with each of you confronting anti-Semitism in our city. As all of you know, Brooklyn is home to the largest Jewish population of any county in the United States. More Jewish people live in Brooklyn than anywhere else in the world outside of the state of Israel. That's a source of pride, and it carries significant and serious responsibility. Jewish life in our city and in Brooklyn should be lived openly, proudly, and safely. No one should feel afraid riding the subway, wearing their kippah, sending a child to yeshiva, going to shul, visiting friends, opening a Jewish-owned business, or celebrating gathering with friends and neighbors. When that fear takes hold, it harms far more than the immediate victim. As Councilmember Dinowitz said, it sends a message to an entire community that they are being targeted in the very place they call home. The numbers show how urgent this remains. In 2025, Brooklyn recorded 239 hate crime incidents. Of those, 148, nearly 62%, were anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism was by far the largest category of hate crimes we confronted in Brooklyn. In the first quarter of 2026, anti-Semitic incidents again made up more than half of all the hate crimes reported in Brooklyn. Behind those numbers are real people and real fear. Parents explaining to children why a SWAT sticker was painted near their park, families wondering whether it's safe to walk to the synagogue, students and seniors feeling singled out or afraid to wear the Star of David, and community members unsure whether what happened to them should even be reported. My message to the Brooklyn Jewish community is simple and direct. Please report all of these incidents. Let the police determine whether this incident is in fact a crime and make the legal determination. Even when a case cannot be prosecuted, reporting helps us identify patterns, deploy resources, support victims, and sends the message that this hate will not be ignored. That is why one of the first decisions I made as district attorney was to create New York City's first standalone hate crime bureau. We staffed it with experienced prosecutors who work with the NYPD Hate Crime Task Force from the earliest stages of an investigation, because hate crimes require careful evidence gathering. They also require earning trust with the communities we serve and a full understanding of the harms that these incidents cause. And I should also add that hate crimes, unlike any other crime, the district attorney must prove in court the motive behind the crime. In every other crime, it's significantly, all you have to do is establish the identity of the offender and the fact that that crime was committed. In the practice of the enhancement of a hate crime, the people have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the motive was bias of a protected class in whole or in substantial part. I understand that prosecution alone cannot solve this problem. Our office works with community leaders, schools, yeshivas, Deshamra, Hatzolah, and many others, including ADL. Our partners help us try to educate young people and pursue accountability in these cases that prevent future harm. I should say that this office of hate crimes in DA's office in Brooklyn was created before the city council and the mayor's office provided funding to the other district attorneys to have dedicated hate crime bureaus. I've asked the speaker and I've testified during funding that Brooklyn should also have dedicated funding for a hate crimes bureau. We do not receive any dedicated funding. That money would go directly to fight hate crimes. But I want to make it clear to the Jewish community, whether or not the funding is given, I am committed to taking these threats against this community very seriously. We will continue using every appropriate tool to protect the Jewish New Yorkers and really every community from the scourge of hate crimes. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, DA Gonzalez. I'm now going to ask some questions. After that, I'll pass it over to my co-chair, and then I think we'll pass it over to some of our colleagues because they have to leave by 1. DA Gonzalez, I just want to say that you were invited here today. You did not have to be here, and we invited all 5 district attorneys. You are the only one who showed up. We really appreciate it. I think it goes to show to the type of a public servant that you are, that you prioritize transparency and that you take these issues that we're here today to discuss very seriously, and we very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Could you talk to us a little bit about the process of how the district attorney's office handles hate crimes from the moment they're referred from the NYPD?
Sure. It's an important piece of how we handle hate crimes very specifically, and you know, we try to work as closely with the New York City Police Department as possible from the very inception of when a suspected hate crime happens. Part of the effort is when an incident takes place in a precinct, we would ask to be notified of a suspected hate crime that has taken place so that we can make sure that the dedicated hate crime prosecutors and our social workers are immediately made aware. The police will conduct their investigation. We will serve as a sounding board for them when needed in terms of what type of evidence we're seeking to enhance the case. But also very specifically, we want to make sure that we're reaching out to the victim at the earliest possible stage to say the services that we provide in our office, including much of the social work that victims of these horrific crimes require. And then when the case comes in, we work very specifically with the detective that's assigned the case to make sure that the witnesses are needed for grand jury and all the other evidence is made available, often video. Every single hate crime that's elevated to a felony is presented to a grand jury in the county as long as we believe we have the right person in custody.
Thank you. Can you tell us if the Brooklyn DA's office has ADAs and other staff who understand sensitivity of Jewish culture and customs, and how many would you say?
Yeah, so my office, we have over 560 attorneys. There's a large segment of both attorneys and staff who are Jewish. There's a affinity group in the office for Jewish staff who are often involved in Jewish life in the city and in my office. But in terms of very specifically dealing with victims of crime, the office makes sure that we have people who speak Hebrew, speak Yiddish. It's on our website. There's public information made available in many different languages, and we have people who are very specifically involved, social workers who deal with Jewish culture and our understanding of the different traditions, customs that are necessary to make people feel comfortable, sort of cultural competency. We also have a chaplain, Rabbi Joel Friedman, who comes into our office very specifically to talk about holiday traditions, when witnesses are available, when they can't answer the phone, when they can't sign a piece of paper because it would be in violation of religious traditions or customs. We try to do the best that we can to make sure that the prosecutors and staff understand the needs of our community, for example, the Sabbath, so that they know when witnesses would be able to be spoken to, when they'll be able to be brought downtown. And just like everything else, we have people who are just Jewish who really care to make sure that they're a welcoming face in the office when victims come in and have that trauma and want to feel like they can talk to someone in their own language or who understands their traditions.
Could you talk to us a little bit about the challenges of prosecuting hate crimes and specifically anti-Semitic hate crimes?
Yeah, I think, I started to mention some of the challenges, as some people don't understand, there is no crime of a hate crime. That's not a penal law charge. It's a sentence enhancement. And so what we do is we look at the incident that took place. Is it eligible to be enhanced as a hate crime? And what we are looking for, so if someone is being selected or the crime is being committed because of bias, we have to be able to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the motivation in whole or in substantial part was created because of that bias, right? So are people being selected and targeted because they meet a protected status? Or is this a crime that the motivation was simply a dispute that had nothing to do with their protected status? And we work very closely with the detectives. We have analysts in our office that often will look at an accused person's social media to see what they're doing on social media, if they're espousing anti-Semitic rhetoric, to see whether or not that's a motivating factor. But as I testified earlier, hate crimes requires specialization in the prosecutors because it is the only crime where the district attorney must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the reason the crime was committed was because of this bias. In every other crime, You just have to establish that a crime was committed and the identity of the perpetrator beyond a reasonable doubt. Here we have the additional burden of trying to understand what motivated the attacker from doing what they did.
Thank you. I will now pass it over to my co-chair, Councilmember Dinowitz, and we'll come back to you, Mayor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Co-Chair Vernikov. Deputy Commissioner Gerber, how are you? I want to talk a little bit about what you spoke about in your testimony. You know, someone reports something to the NYPD, and then you say it's investigated by the Hate Crimes Task Force. But there's a step in between that I want to talk a little bit about, and that's the reporting officer. If someone goes to a precinct to report a crime, or a patrol officer comes to the scene of a crime or an alleged crime, correct me if I'm wrong, it is the reporting officer that then on the spot would determine whether it should be referred to the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force.
So, not exactly. So, someone's making a criminal complaint, or patrol's responding to a scene. There's some, they're being told about criminal activity, potential criminal activity, right? If they perceive this may be a bias incident, it's maybe bias related, and they're not making a determination at this point. Is this a is this a hate crime? We're not close to that yet. They need to go up the chain. So the key is you're getting a supervisor on scene, then the duty captain is getting called, right? So the duty captain plays a crucial role in this. So it's an executive, right? A captain who, if they're coming to the scene, possible bias. Okay, now they're making all sorts of notifications. They're notifying up their chain, CO, borough commander. They're notifying community affairs. They're notifying the Hate Crimes Task Force. And that's going to set in motion several things, right? So now Hate Crimes Task Force is going to investigate. Separate and apart from that investigation, you also have department executives and community affairs aware that this happened and in a position to respond.
I want to pause because you're talking about a few steps down the line. I'm talking about the moment someone feels they're a victim of a act of bias.
Right.
That at that moment, it is up to the responding officer to determine whether to bring it up the chain of command or not.
So
I just want to read from the website, and if it's wrong or we need clarity, this is why this hearing is important. It says the responding officers will provide whatever immediate assistance is needed and begin the reporting process if the situation is deemed to be a possible bias-motivated incident. The NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force will be notified. So by reading that, I would assume it's the responding officer, or if someone goes to a precinct, the person to whom they're reporting, that would deem whether it is a possible bias-motivated incident. Is that accurate?
So what I would say is, obviously it has to get flagged as a possible bias incident by somebody.
Right.
Right? So that determination, whether it goes over to the Hate Crimes Task Force and it's being, notifications are being made, that's being made by the duty captain. But you are right. You are right that initially somebody in some context has to flag this. Oh, this is a possible bias incident that's going to require notifications.
Right. So I want to pause there because that's an important point of the reporting timeline, the reporting process. Some of the reports we've gotten to our office is that people have reported things to various precincts, and the person said, that's not really I'll take it down. It's not really a hate crime, though. It's not really a bias incident, and they will fill out the report as such. And the Division of Criminal Justice Services, which from the state, also says if the investigating officer does not identify a bias motivation or does not reflect a bias motivation in the official incident report, the incident will not be reported to DCJS as a hate crime. And so what I'm concerned about a lot of things, but right now with these questions is sort of that first step, that responding officer or the officer who's taking in a report, that if we've received news to our office or complaints to our office, that the officer at that point determined it wasn't an act of bias. It's not going up the chain. It's not going to the task force at all for them to determine it.
Right. So, to the extent you have someone, a desk officer, an officer on patrol, who is discouraging someone from reporting a hate crime, is being dismissive, is, the person saying, hey, I believe, this is bias, and is ignoring that. I mean, what you're describing, frankly, is misconduct, right? Like, that's not what's supposed to happen. And what I would say is, if there are reports like that come to your office, they should be referred to us, to the Internal Affairs Bureau, for investigation. Because, and this is not particular to hate crimes, right? To the extent a member of patrol or a member of the department is in any way discouraging hate crime reporting or not taking a hate crime report accurately, we would investigate that internally, and if that was substantiated, the person would be subject to discipline. So, I mean, to the extent what you're describing is someone who, when the person comes forward and says, is describing a possible bias incident, is saying they were the victim of a bias incident, and is somehow being dismissive of that, that is totally unacceptable. That is not what they're supposed to be doing. It's not what we stand for. And again, I think if there are complaints of that, they should be referred to us so that IAB can investigate.
But there is also the reality that perhaps the responding officer or the person at the precinct may not be able to identify. And this, just so you know, this is my last question for now. We're going to turn it over to some committee member questions, and we'll come back. So there will be more on this. Don't worry. I could see you were very worried in your face. But it may be the case that responding officer or the person at the precinct just frankly doesn't know. You can't identify. It doesn't have the cultural competency to be able to have that same conversation that the victim is having. To what extent is the NYPD training all of its officers to properly identify and to have the cultural competency specific to anti-Semitism, which, as we've all noted, makes up the vast majority of hate crimes more than any other group combined? To what extent is every single officer receiving that culturally competent training in identifying acts of anti-Semitism?
Great question. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Arias to answer that.
Thank you very much, Chair. When it comes to the training of uniformed members of the service in regard to identifying a possible bias incident, the procedure as dictated by our NYPD Patrol Guide is taught to them in the police academy as recruit officers. It is reinforced to them upon promotion to sergeant, lieutenant, and/or captain to explain the specific roles from initial uniformed member of the service being contacted by a complainant all the way up to the reporting to a supervisor and then the duty captain.
Just so you said talk, during their training, talk to them. What does that look like? Is that a 30-second conversation? Is it a Zoom? Is it a in-person? What does that training look like?
It is a specific block as part of the curriculum as outlined by the New York City Police Department in its recruit training process, in its supervisory leadership development courses to sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. And also there are outlines provided by the Hate Crime Task Force to members of the Detective Bureau, whether in the Hate Crime Task Force or not, and simply in detective squads and other investigative units through the Criminal Investigator Course.
And is anti-Semitism specifically part of it, or is it general, hate's bad, report it?
It is all protected classes that could be part of a bias incident.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to...
Chair Dinowitz,
Yes, please.
I just also want to say, I've supervised, the entire office, the dedicated hate crimes office. I actually have an executive assistant district attorney, David Klutzik, who also helps supervise these cases. And we also learn of incidents, and sometimes there's an arrest that come that we don't think are flagged. And when, Chief Arias was in charge of hate crimes, which very clearly speak to him and say, hey, we see this pattern, or this case looks like it could be further investigated. And they've always been very willing to take a closer look. So I think just to respond to if an officer misses it, if it's at least if there's an arrest made, the district attorney's early intake bureau will look at it, and sometimes we'll make a referral back to the Hate Crimes Task Force to say, hey, did you guys see this case? Did you know about it? And they'll assign a detective. And I think that also is one of the key reasons why it's important for the district attorney to learn about all these incidents as quickly as they take place.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I'm going to turn over to Councilmember Hanks for questions.
Sorry. Thank you, chairs. First of all, I want to take a moment to thank Chair Ina Viernikov and Chair Eric Dinowitz for putting together this hearing and putting together this task force, which I'm a proud member to be a part of. So my question is, so I've been listening, and as a woman of color living in Staten Island, I mean, I know what it means to be discriminated against. I know what it means if someone is being biased towards me. But I think one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing here is like, how do I identify what a hate crime is? Then the second challenge is reporting the hate crime, then law enforcement determining if it even rises to be a hate crime. And then we haven't even gotten to the point of actually persecuting that or settling when it is a hate crime, right? So we have a lot to do, and this is probably first of many hearings, but how does NYPD tell the difference between a bias incident and a hate crime?
Sure. So when we're talking about a hate crime, right? We're applying New York State penal law, right? So it's a question under state law. There's obviously the evidentiary piece, right? The investigative work of the detectives, and then applying the law to the evidence that we have. The DA was speaking in terms of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. For us, right, the question for an arrest is probable cause, right? And as the district attorney said, the difference for hate crimes as opposed to other crimes is it's not just probable cause that a crime was committed and probable cause this person committed it, but probable cause that it was a hate crime, right? So it's a whole other layer. And in making that determination, there are a few pieces. So one piece is that only certain crimes can be the basis for a hate crime arrest or prosecution. There's actually a list of offenses under New York state law. It's a long list, dozens and dozens of what's called specified offenses, but it is not all crimes. So one question is the criminal conduct in question a specified offense under New York state penal law? And if it's not, then this, as a matter of law, it can't be a hate crime. It's not possible. I should add there are a few special statutes that have, in addition to the hate crime statute, there are a few statutes that have specific references also for bias. But if none of that's applicable, you can't charge a hate crime. You can't arrest for a hate crime. Then, assuming that it could be a hate crime, the question is whether the person was victimized in whole or in substantial part because of one or more protected characteristics, or the perception of that characteristic, right? So if someone attacks someone because they believe they're Jewish, even if the person's not Jewish, doesn't matter. That was their perception, that's enough. I think what is important, and I mentioned this in the testimony before, and this is a really important point, that as a matter of New York state law, it's not case law, it's actually, it's in the statute, the identity of the perpetrator and the victim alone cannot be the basis for a hate crimes arrest. So if someone's attacked, let's say on the street, even if the person is visibly Jewish, that with nothing more, cannot be the basis for a hate crimes arrest. And that person, of course, may perceive it that they were attacked because they're Jewish. They may be right, but as a matter of law, there has to be some additional quantum of evidence showing that their Jewishness or their perceived Jewishness was the reason why they were attacked. And then in terms of the investigation, again, building off of what the DA said, the detectives are doing really fantastic work, turning over every stone, both with regard to this incident itself, right, talking to the complainant, talking to witnesses, pulling video. And then more broadly, because of this motive piece, learning everything they can about the suspect, right? Sometimes you have evidence in the incident itself that shows you bias, right? The person used anti-Semitic slur. That's incredibly powerful evidence, obviously. Sometimes you don't have that in the particular incident, but you have, for example, you have social media. You have statements the person made to an unrelated individual, something else, some other thing that says, oh, this is someone who is acting because of their anti-Jewish views. So that's a sort of overview of how they're going about this.
Thank you so much. That was, I know, we're still trying to get to that point where not only does law enforcement understand what a hate crime is, what a bias incident, so also what is the public's understanding. Everybody here is on social media, so you see it. I mean, it's palpable. It's again. So that leads me to so how do you balance free speech and concerns when it comes to hate crimes? I mean, we just passed a package of bills, and there was a bit of contention there because we're not talking about minimizing or going against free speech. However, when you're screaming in front of a church, there's no space for that. So, how do we engage with law enforcement? It's a multi question. How do we engage with law enforcement? But more importantly, how are we really, identifying what a hate crime is, what a bias crime is? How are we educating the public, and also educating the folks who I may report something because I feel it was a hate crime. It's happened, and the officer that I was reporting it to doesn't feel it was. So you even have that piece. So if you can just talk a little bit about that.
Sure. There are a few different pieces to that. So one, these are, the question whether something is a hate crime, the question whether something is a crime at all, as opposed to being protected speech, right? These are legal questions. The Legal Bureau works very, very closely with the Hate Crimes Task Force. And actually something we did a few years ago, which I'm very proud of, is that we actually have an attorney essentially embedded with the Hate Crimes Task Force. So obviously the entire Legal Bureau is available to field questions, right, all day and night, but we actually have an attorney full-time, and her job is just this, to work directly with the detectives on their cases, to answer questions. That's incredibly valuable, right? Just in terms of having that knowing the detectives, being much more in the weeds of the cases. So that's a very valuable thing. And again, obviously the Legal Bureau, we're happy to answer questions more generally, but having that system in place, really, it points to the centrality of the legal analysis here, and the sensitivity around it, and also how close the link is between the Hate Crimes Task Force and their work and the work of the Legal Bureau.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanks. Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you to our chairs. Thank you, Chair Dinowitz and Ina Vernikov. I really appreciate this task force. As was demonstrated in your testimony, there is clearly a rise in anti-Semitism and disproportionate hate crimes affecting the Jewish population. But I was wondering if you could speak a bit to the trends in 2025 and 2026.
Sure. So let me start with some data, then we'll see wherever you want to go. If you look in, let's say the first quarter of 2026, so I'm just pulling that up. Right, so you have total hate crimes in the first quarter of 2026. The total number of hate crimes, 143. The number of anti-Jewish crimes, 78. Right, so again, we're talking over half. Mm-hmm. We have seen that sort of north of 50% number for several years now. You certainly, one thing you see in the data, you see a spike in 2023. And that is, I think, part of that clearly is post-October 7th. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about that. You see a spike in bias incident, confirmed anti-Jewish hate crimes post-October 7th. And then you see that, so it goes up in 2023. Really, I would say, roughly constant in 2024, or a little bit up in 2024, then a little bit down in 2025. So I think we had that spike. I think it has sort of leveled off in a way, but leveled off with anti-Jewish hate crimes being more than 50% of the hate crimes in the city. So the leveling off is a good thing. It is. But then you have a status quo that is deeply, deeply troubling.
And as we said as you pointed out in your testimony, 10% of the population.
Right,
making
exactly.
up more than 50% of the hate crimes. And between January 2025 and January 2026, is it true that we're seeing a big increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes? And if so, what do you attribute that to?
So yeah, I want to speak about that. And I'm going to use, we've talked about how I want to use the confirmed hate crime numbers, because again, that's the sort of data of record. You do see in January of 26 relative to January 2025 a very significant spike. But here's the thing, here's the thing I want to flag. In January of 2025, for whatever reason, the number of anti-Jewish hate crimes, confirmed anti-Jewish hate crimes, was unusually low. So, just to give you some sense of this, in 2025, looking at the confirmed hate crime data, right, your average number of anti-Jewish hate crimes was 27 per month. Okay. In January of 2025, that number was 16. Right, so the average was 27, the number was 16 in January, 24 in February, 36 in March, 43 in April, and then it goes back down again. Now, these fluctuations month to month, I'm not sure they don't necessarily tell you very much. Obviously, sometimes you could have something happening in the world or in the city that causes a spike. Some of this is just fluctuations in crime data over time. We see this in so many crimes. Here also, because the numbers they're not huge, you're going to have huge percentage swings with small shifts. So what you sort of see in the first quarter of 2026, the first quarter of 2026 relative to the first quarter of 2025, anti-Jewish hate crimes flat. If you look at January, you see this huge spike. But again, part of that is because, for whatever reason, January 2025 was an unusually low number.
Thank you for explaining that. I wanted to also dig into the shift in reporting.
Sure.
And I'm curious, is this something you're doing for all hate crimes or just anti-Jewish hate crimes?
All hate crimes.
All hate crimes.
And I think this is important. Our procedures in terms of how we respond to hate crimes, how we track data, how we report data, that's the same for all protected characteristics. We're not distinguishing in terms of procedures or how we report data. We're not distinguishing between different protected classes.
And of the reported hate crimes, the percentage that are later confirmed, I'm curious for that number, and if there's a difference across different types of hate crimes, and then I'll yield back to the chairs.
Sure. So I think we have that. I'll give that to Chief Arias. I don't know that it's, well, you go ahead.
Right. So when we look at the 2025 calendar year data, we can see that approximately 78% of that reported universe resulted in confirmed hate crimes.
And that's across all hate crimes or just for
Affirmative.
anti-Jewish?
Across all hate crimes.
Thank you, Councilmember Maloney. Councilmember Epstein.
Thank you, co-chairs. And thank you for holding this hearing today. It seems like the city's strategy right now preventing violence seemed to not be working, seeing an increase in anti-Jewish hate crimes. Really interested in figuring out what we're all doing to reduce the amount of hate incidents. So really figuring out what evidence-based programs are in place, what's being funded and what's not, to make sure that we're spending the appropriate amount of funds to do that. I'm wondering, from the NYPD, what prevention strategies do you have in place to do education, to prevent this anti-Jewish hate crimes and the increase?
So I guess, part of the answer to your question, it may not be the full answer, but part of the answer is, I think this is important, right? When I was saying before about how, even if you have a potential bias incident, whatever happens with the hate crimes task force.
I only have a few minutes, so if you could
real
get
quick,
to,
yes.
yeah.
It goes to community affairs, and that's really important, right? So community affairs has a role in this, separate and apart from the hate crimes task force, right? Reaching out to communities, right? To understand what's going on, to understand the needs, to see what's happening, to see how we can help, separate and apart from the investigatory and enforcement.
So community affairs you're saying, has resources to do prevention work right now?
They conduct outreach in areas where hate crimes have occurred at the institutions in and around those locations with the victims based on policy and procedure, and it's centralized to the commanding officer of the precinct of occurrence and those hate crime officers. Furthermore, we also liaison and share the incidents of hate with the Office to Prevent Hate Crimes, and they act as a resource, as a partner agency to the work that we do.
So I want to turn to the district attorney. Like, what resources does your office put into doing some of this prevention and community building that we're talking about here?
It's a great question. Our hate crimes task unit in my office, again, it's led by a woman, a senior prosecutor named Kelly Muse. Chief Muse will attend schools, will do presentations. We talked a lot about such an increase of hate crimes committed among children. We see that population of young people engaging in acts of bias have been growing. There needs to be way more done in the schools. We work with organizations like the ADL that does training. But one of the biggest drivers of this violence are juveniles. There's been an increase in that, and of course, people with significant mental illness.
Okay, so the more resources. You're saying you're not able to currently get into all the schools in the borough, but with additional resources, you could expand your prevention work.
I think there's a big key is dealing with our young offenders in this area.
Okay. I'm going to turn to the mayor's office, and what resources does the mayor's office put into place to kind of get in front of this? Obviously, there's growth is a concern for all of us, and we want to figure out what we can be doing to do more prevention. What resources do you currently have? What resources do you need to get in front of this and prevent some of these hate crimes from happening?
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you, Chairs Vernikoff and Dinowitz, for having me here. I'm Felisa Wisdom, the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, available here for Q&A. So the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism is just under a year old. When it was first launched, it was with a staff of 1. This mayor has committed to increasing the capacity of this office to be a staff of 3 to 4, depending where we land in the executive budget. And our role by executive order is to identify and develop efforts to eliminate anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hate crimes, coordinate non-law enforcement responses to anti-Semitic incidents, and liaise with the Jewish community and law enforcement and our other agencies to improve reporting and victim services. So our role here is really as a convener to identify policy and programming for anti-Semitism prevention, as well as coordinating sort of agency-wide response and liaising with the community.
And has that changed from the prior administration's role in on this?
Yes, as of now, I mean, we're talking very small numbers here, but it's a 200% increase in staff capacity, and we aim to grow again by another staff member or 2. And some things are the same, so we have an interagency task force that will continue to convene, but as far as policy and programming that we aim to build, that we hope will be evident to everyone here and continue to share with this task force what that work will look like.
And what work would this task force do to support the work to do more prevention? Are there things that you're looking for now that we could be doing to help you prevent the rise in anti-Semitism?
We're not yet ready to say specifics of what we need. We're right now kicking off a listening tour where we'll be talking to Jewish communities and leaders and advocates from across the 5 boroughs, representing the full diversity of the Jewish community. And at the conclusion of that listening tour, we will have a framework in mind for how we want to use this office for the rest of the term, and as well as asking for investments in programming.
And I would encourage you to reach out to, there are some Jewish elected officials here who would, we'd love to engage with your office to hear directly from us about what we're seeing in our communities to respond to some of the rise in anti-Semitism.
Absolutely, and we will be doing that very soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you to the chairs and to everyone here. Just picking up on Councilmember Epstein, I know that to the credit of the speaker, she got funding to have 8th graders go to the Holocaust Museum, which is a wonderful museum. So I said, okay, let me find out who has gone. So I have 12 middle schools in my district, and only 4 have attended. So again, that's not the only way to prevent. It's certainly a good start. It's more of a one-off. But I think what I'm saying is I bet across the city, people are not taking advantage of programs that could be supportive. Here's one that's free. I obviously will badger the other 8th graders, and they will go. But the issue is, in general, I want to pick up on that. We're not doing enough. So my question is, do we know, I know to the credit of the district attorney, you said young people, people who are mentally ill, and obviously anti-Semites. Is that the general rule? Do we have a listing kind of who has been committing? In my district, it's young people. That's what I see. So I'm just wondering, do we kind of know who I guess I would call them knuckleheads, anti-Semites, and mentally ill who are doing this? And is that the kind of realm that we're trying to educate and work with? Because prevention is what we have to focus on. Who are the knuckleheads? Who's doing this? And the anti-Semites, and who's doing this?
While we don't specifically track the data of who our perpetrators are by suspect classification, we are able to see anecdotally as we review the universe of those arrested that they are precisely who you've described. There are youth, there are mentally ill, and there are people who perpetrate this crime for the worst possible motives of anti-Semitism.
Okay.
And when we examine that universe, we rely upon the criminal justice system to see the prosecution through, which, to the gentleman to my right's credit, is tenacious. We relay that information certainly and utilize the criminal justice system so that there is greater education from indictment to prosecution, prosecution to sentencing, and we rely upon the programs as you described to augment and educate those perpetrators and maybe the greater sphere of their universe as well.
Okay. And the other question is also global. Do we think that there are national issues, be it the war, whatever's going on in the Middle East, or has this number, even before the wars, been as high as it is now? In other words, are there global events that are increasing, or is it just a continuation of hate?
I mean, I'll start. It's a hard question to answer in a sense.
All my questions are hard, Michael.
Right. That's true. It's a fair point. So I guess I'd say a few things. One, and this is several people have already said this, right? Anti-Semitism is as old as time, or
Correct.
Goes back millennia.
Correct.
I think the data certainly clearly shows, a shift post October 7th. You see that in the years
Correct.
You see that jump, and that effect. I guess to the extent other things going on in the world or in the country, affect anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic hate crimes. Anecdotally, that makes sense, right? Like you would think that what's happening in the world, happening around people, is going to affect behavior, but it is very hard to measure, right? It's hard to isolate these things in a statistical way.
Okay.
I would just jump in. I would also say that Brooklyn has a gem of an institution, the Brooklyn Jewish Children Museum, that I also think would be a great place to take our students. My experience as a prosecutor was, I saw the numbers increasing in 2018. We created the dedicated hate crimes unit. During COVID, we saw a tremendous rise in anti-Asian hate fueled by, things that were said in public about the origins of that, and we saw a tremendous rise. After October 7th, we've seen the rise, and of course, national issues and definitely impact the commission of these crimes, in part because so many of them are being committed by people who are vulnerable with mental illness and our children. And I think that we will continue to see that as a growing problem as long as these issues are in the paper, in the media every day. But the focus has to be not just on the prosecution, which we all agree must happen. We have to have much more resources put into prevention.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Felder.
Thank you very much. First, I just want to apologize that there's a hearing next door, and many of us are trying to juggle as usual. So a few things. First of all, You know, there are a lot of people that that are here today, you know, that we're honored to have you coming. I'm talking about the people who are here that may, you know, be testifying later. One of the people, yes, a constituent of mine and that many of my colleagues know, he had started Project Witness many years ago. Ruthie Lichtenstein, who's a publisher as well of the Hamodia publication, and has been fighting for years. There's a state law that mandates education, Holocaust education, in the public schools. And anyone, you don't need to know, that's not happening. This is not a condemnation or towards you. I'm just mentioning because we've talked about, you talk about prevention and other things, that's still the fact that the schools, public schools and schools throughout New York State are in violation of state law. They may be in violation of many state laws, but that's one in particular that would be very helpful if young children at a young age would get the education that would be helpful. That's number one. Number two, I wanted to ask the mayor's representative whether she ever experienced personally an anti-Semitism in some way.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Yes, I have. I think that it is, I mean, first of all, I guess I'll say I'm here in my capacity as the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, so I think what's most important is my commitment to the safety and belonging and thriving of all Jewish
I have
Americans.
5 minutes.
Sure, yes.
I asked you a simple question, and I'm not here to, again, to condemn or anything, but it's very important, I think, to understand. If you can just, if you want to say that's your role and you don't want to answer, that's fine as well.
No, I would love to answer. I was just about to. So as a Jewish New Yorker, I experience anti-Semitism in ways that are somewhat different than more visibly Jewish New Yorkers who obviously experience the lion's share of person-to-person anti-Semitism. But of course, walking through the subway, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, there was something on 42nd Street at the NQR line that said "Death to all Jews." So as a Jewish person, of course, I experience that as threatening and scary and troubling. And in my capacity, luckily, I have someone I can email when I see that and try to get it taken care of.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay. So I don't, you know, it's not something that I like to claim. But it's clear, I think, as one of you mentioned earlier, it's obviously clear that the reason the rise in Brooklyn is so significant is that in Brooklyn particularly, people look like me. Absolutely. It's not hard. You know, other than the old unfortunate joke about somebody thinking they're, you know, that I'm Amish and not Jewish. But that's the fact. That's the fact.
Yeah.
And particularly women, you know, if they're walking around, do not, you know, clearly, even Orthodox Jewish women, many, it's not clear. The last thing I want to mention is that there is a new trend, and this has been going on recently, and I think it's very, very unhelpful and contributes to the increase in hate. Many elected officials throughout the city, when they talk about hate against Jews, the next thing they say is Islamophobia. Although there's no competition again about hate. This is not some, but the numbers don't make sense. For example, years ago, if somebody had said that hate against Jews and Islamophobia, the gay community rightfully would be up in arms, rightfully, to say, are you kidding me? The numbers that the police department has, there are greater numbers of hate against members of the gay community than issues of Islamophobia. And
you,
automatically, that is a contribution, unfortunately, to some who can't control themselves, that contributes. All I would say is that when people talk about it, when elected officials discuss hate, if they, even the commissioner, who's doing a great job, it's been a new trend.
Thank you, council member. You could
Yeah,
answer.
you're not going to shut me up, but you know you can. All I'm suggesting, but I'll shut. You allowed somebody else to finish their thought. So all I'm suggesting is, again, it's not a competition, and it's not towards the mayor's person either. But when elected officials talk about hate, if they want to talk about it in order of number, that's fine. If they want to talk about it in some order, other order, that's also fine. But putting those two together, especially since October 7th, does not help at all.
Thank you. You can answer.
I actually didn't hear a question, but I appreciate that feedback. Yeah, thank you.
No, not at all.
That's fine. Let's move on to back to Dia Gonzalez. Dia Gonzalez, what do you think regarding the changes in the way that NYPD is reporting hate crimes?
Well, to Councilmember, I'm actually being informed of the practice today more clearly. I have no issues with the police department making sure that their numbers are accurate. I think it makes sense for the public to know accuracy of incidents. You know, it's also important, and I think Commissioner Garber said this, that you know there are things that get reported that may not meet the penal law definition of a hate crime, but these bias incidents have to exist somewhere. And as long as the police department is also, you know, publishing the number of reported incidents that they've looked at, I think that it satisfies us. My only concern as district attorney is that obviously we are the people who are given the authority under the law to charge that these incidents also be given to my office so that my attorneys can look at it, because there have been times where we've upgraded the charge where the police did not find a hate crime, but we presented it to a grand jury and the grand jury did find a hate crime. And so we want to make sure that we're part of that decision-making process, but accuracy is a good thing for the city of New York.
Thank you. And if you know, how many hate crimes did you prosecute, say, in the last 5 years, and how many of them were anti-Semitic hate crimes?
I would have to look at the numbers, but of all the incidents that I described, and I think this sometimes is a shocking thing when I have to, you know, say it out loud, there were 35 arrests last year of all the hate crimes that were committed in Brooklyn that were anti-Semitic. So, you know, there were 35 arrests and then 10 juvenile arrests, which my office no longer sees. I would have to go back and do the math, and I'm happy to report it back to you, council member.
That's fine. If you could provide that information to us, we would appreciate it.
Sure.
And I know you touched on this earlier, but what do you think is fueling this disproportionate hate crimes, these disproportionate hate crimes against the Jewish New Yorkers?
Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of bias and a lot of hate. And, you know, it's quite honestly, I think people are emboldened to act out, and you know, it requires the combination of education, prevention, and enforcement, and all three are important. But when we deal with the young people, we saw that terrible incident where I know that the speaker, Julie Menon, went into Brooklyn with the SWAT stickers all over the playground. Those are 15-year-old children painting, you know, dozens and dozens of SWAT stickers. And so there has to be more done on the prevention. I've seen it as district attorney on some of these cases when I confront young people that have been arrested. They don't understand the history. They're unaware of the meaning of a lot of this incidents, and quite frankly, I think social media fuels a lot of the hate.
You mentioned you believe they're emboldened to act out. Is there a reason you think that they're emboldened to act out more now than before?
I think it's social media. I think that people try to get a reaction, and during the coverage of the war and after October 7th, there's been a lot of information put on social media that is inaccurate and causes people to want to speak out, and sometimes that causes them to act out as well. And we just want to make sure that we hold folks accountable for what they actually do, but we want to make sure that we're not ignoring young people and making sure that they get accurate information. And I think you heard Council Member Felder say, like, the education piece that's not happening is a critical piece of why I think anti-Semitic violence is on the increase, because young people actually don't know the history.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned you have a hate crimes bureau at Brooklyn DA's office, correct?
I have an unfunded bureau, which I'm hoping that the city council will help fund.
Let's talk about that. Can you tell us exactly what this bureau does?
Yeah, so our bureau was created when I first was elected because I started to see an increase in hate crimes in the county in most offices. So we had the first dedicated hate crimes bureau in New York City. In most offices, ADAs prosecute hate crimes, and they may prosecute other types of cases. I thought we needed people who specialized, understanding the evidentiary challenges that we've already discussed in these cases, but also because these folks need to be in the community, whether it be the LGBTQ community, the Jewish community, whatever community that has to has to feel protected. They need to be in the community, doing the work with the community, earning cultural competency, and quite honestly, that bureau needs to speak the different languages and represent people so they feel comfortable reporting. And our bureau has been charged with not just prosecuting cases, but trying to prevent cases. So we've been in schools, we do community functions, we're out presenting with the police department and community organizations, and the fact that every other DA's office has now been funded to do this, I think the people of Brooklyn deserve to be funded to have a dedicated unit, and I'll add more resources.
How many staff members does this bureau currently have?
Currently, there are 6 dedicated prosecutors and 4, analysts and clerks. So 10 in right now, and we need more.
And can you talk a little more about the funding? How much funding are you currently getting? Who are you getting it from? And how much funding you think you need and request?
When I testified at the City Council Public Safety Committee, I asked for $1.5 million to create a dedicated hate crimes unit that would be funded like the Manhattan DA's office or the Queens District Attorney's office. We should have similar funding. We received $50,000 from the City Council to fight all hate crimes, $50,000, and other offices receive, in excess of $1 million.
Can you just talk a little bit about what the DA's office would do with that funding within the bureau?
Yeah, so we would be doing a lot of the prevention work, working alongside with our partners in the community. We would be hiring more senior investigators. A lot of this work in a successful prosecution really does take deep dives into who the accused are. We would have analysts, and we would have paralegals and clerks, and we would be able to hire more senior prosecutors to do this work. Right now, hate crimes, as they're growing in our city, as we've seen, it was 8% down this year so far, but that increase has not seen more funding for additional staff to handle the surge in hate.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions for you, DA Gonzalez. Thank you again for being here today. I'll pass it over to Chair Dinowitz.
Thank you so much, Chair Vernikoff. We've heard mention from, in various ways, youth. Heard a lot about youth. Does the NYPD or the DA's office or the Mayor's Office Combat Anti-Semitism in any way disaggregate hate crime data based on age?
Yeah, we certainly don't have it here, and I don't think that we track it that way. In terms of, we obviously track many things with hate crime data, but I don't think we track it in terms of age of the perpetrator.
Right. Well, I don't believe it's published on your hate crimes dashboard.
Definitely not.
Nor in the open data.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why we couldn't disaggregate that data by age range, especially if you're here testifying, saying that there are differences between youth and education at school, youth who are perpetrating hate crimes and adults, people who are out of schools? The NYPD DA's office, mayor's office, opposed to disaggregating that data by age range?
I think we could. I would obviously want to check with our data people to make sure we're not missing something, but yes, sort of, I don't see why we could not, going forward, track the data that way. 'Cause I understand your point. I take the point. And again, I would want to confirm to make sure we're not missing something in terms of how the data comes in, how we do it, but point's well taken.
And I would support it completely to do that, because part of the conversations I have as district attorney is when we're dealing with the community and crime victims, having to explain to them when a case comes to the DA's office versus when it's sent to family court. There's a lot of confusion around who the prosecuting agency is, and so if it's aggregated by age, the community could understand what percentage of cases actually go to the DA's office versus family court or are handled, in those kind of adjudications.
Yeah, and as we have all mentioned multiple times, hate crime feels more of an attack on a community, and so I believe communities often feel different about kids than they may about adults, and so that is an important data point in us addressing hate crimes and knowing how to attack it. But I do also want to talk about that information that's shared with the community. Right now on the hate crimes dashboard, they list out type of hate crime, whether it's Jewish, anti-gay, anti-Muslim, anti-black, all of that. It indicates whether an arrest was made. What it does not indicate is the disposition of a case once an arrest is made. And that's, to my knowledge, public information. But it is not publicly available on the dashboard. What steps need to be taken to include that really critical information about what happens to the person after they're arrested on the dashboard, so entire communities can have peace of mind or know what next steps they have to take as a community?
So totally understood about the importance of that piece. No debate there. The slight challenge, I guess I would say, is what you have on the NYPD hate crimes dashboard is NYPD data, right? It's data that we maintain and we track and all that. When it comes to court dispositions, that's not our data, right? So that's going to be, you can look at it different ways. Obviously, different prosecutors' offices will track what they're doing, and then OCA will obviously have their data. I want to be clear, of course, on a one-off basis, detectives should know what's happening in their cases. I'm not suggesting we don't know what happens in individual cases, but in terms of the rigorous tracking of data, right? Those dispositions that's not NYPD data. That's going to be really court data.
But is the data easy enough to get? You may not own it on your website, but is it publicly available, or is it difficult to get from a DA's office?
Yeah, right. No, so you want to?
I'll jump in just because sometimes it's not as gratifying, the data, because cases take so long, right? So an arrest from 2025, there will be no reported disposition at the end of that year because the case kicks into 2026. Sometimes if the person is in mental health court, it may last to 2027. So reported dispositions often run a year and a half after the commission of that crime. What we try to do in our office is publicly report out. There's dashboards, and I think during the public reporting part at the end of the fiscal year, at the end of the calendar year, every March, the DA's offices report data, including disposition data. So we could try to, what I'll commit to doing is making that data more easily accessible to the city council. But all that information is available on the computer except for juveniles. And I think when juveniles become really frustrating to our community members, they're not allowed to know the perpetrators' names or the outcomes of the adjudications that happen in those cases. And I think that is a real black hole in the reporting structure.
Sure. I mean, that speaks to the importance of disaggregating by age range. Yeah. But it sounds like we have two agencies here who aren't opposed to sharing the information, right? You hold the data, you report on other data, but if the data were available in an easily digestible format, which it seems like the Brooklyn DA is already providing, but is willing to do the work to provide more, is the NYPD willing to include it on their dashboard?
So
and in their
we're
yeah.
certainly open to exploring it. I do want to emphasize it is a little more complicated, right? First of all, when you have, I'm not the data expert, but when you have other entities, different DA's offices are going to, it would not shock me if it's not necessarily tracked in the same systems in the same way. Connecting that in, like linking between each of the DA's offices, right? Linking that data in their maybe differences, I don't even know, in their various systems.
Sorry, it seems very complicated. How many hate crimes were there in 2025?
2025, 566.
Okay, there are 556?
566
One-
confirmed hate crimes.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
In 2025, there were 566 confirmed.
566.
Yeah.
We're not talking about large data sets here. 566, we're talking about only 5 district attorneys' offices. I mean, you may be talking about a little manual labor, but the numbers, we're not talking about number of 311 calls. We're not talking about number of calls. We're talking about 566. And so it just seems like a number that is very, very doable if the data is published once per year.
If I may, though,
Yeah.
and again, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I think it may be a little more complicated than you're describing. And I think one of the issues here, and the DA basically referred to this, it's the 5 DAs, but also it's the juvenile stuff, which is not insignificant. That's different, right? That's going to be through the Corporation Council, and that data is going to be, again, because it's juveniles, that is going to be more complicated. So again, I'm not saying no. It's not my place to say no. I understand where you're coming from, Council Member.
If the data were available, and is the NYPD willing to publish this data alongside the arrest information that is already existing on the dashboard, so communities can easily see and identify and digest the information?
I will certainly take it back.
Okay, I mean, this looks like a real place where we can enhance reporting. We have an NYPD and a DA's office that seem very willing and able to do this. I think we have to do the work to get it done. But I'm pleased to hear that the data is collected and that the NYPD is willing to do it. We'll work out the details.
I will take it back to the police commissioner. We will certainly explore it.
Yeah.
If I could just jump in for a second, is that 566 reported or confirmed?
No, that's confirmed. So for 2025, there were 566 total confirmed hate crimes in New York City.
And do you know how many of them were anti-Semitic?
Anti-Jewish, or anti-Semitic, 327.
Thank you.
So it's 58%.
Thank you. Director Wisdom, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Make sure she has the mic. I want to talk a little bit about the office that you now head. Congratulations on this really important office that's addressing anti-Semitism, the hate crime that makes up more than any other hate crime combined. And again, as I mentioned in my opening, all the other things that aren't hate crimes, but force a Jewish person to hide their Star of David or to take off their yarmulke, or not participate in school and activities. Your work's really important, and I'm interested to hear a little about the work that you're going to do. So can you talk a little bit about what stakeholders you've already engaged with in your listening tour and how many listening sessions you've done?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I agree, it's very important, and I'm honored to be heading this office. So I started this role on March 4th, so we're really kicking into gear right now. The first group that we engaged in our office was the Interagency Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism, so that's representatives from across agencies who've been deemed the appropriate person to think about that agency's response to anti-Semitism and prevention. Those have been one-on-one meetings as well as a whole group meeting that will continue to engage and think through thought partnership and best practice sharing and talking to each other about trainings and what works, and also learning from each other what's happening. For example, in parks, how they deal with anti-Semitism is very different than the Office of the Medical Examiner or New York City schools.
So you've met once, and what's your schedule? Is it quarterly, annually? What's the schedule?
We're identifying that now, what's the best thing to do. I mean, each of these agencies deal with this in such different ways that it might make sense to have smaller groups that sort of have more robust anti-Semitism programming more frequently than those, for example, like the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner or Department of Finance, who don't. So we're in conversation with them about what makes the most sense right now, and happy to report that back when we have that information. We've also, the listening tour just kicked off last week, so we're just getting that underway and still scheduling with stakeholders across the city. The plan is to have those in sort of small groups. I don't think we're sort of following the process of the White House National Strategy to Combat Anti-Semitism, where they met with 1,000 people from across the country, again, in sort of groups to get feedback and ask some specific questions related to the expertise of those people and some general questions about anti-Semitism. So some of those have been scheduled, many of them are yet to be scheduled. We're still having conversations across communities about who should be in those and making sure we're not leaving any stone unturned. That will go on over the next couple of months, and the plan is then to release sort of a public document with like a focus group report, essentially, although it's not a formal focus group, just to talk about takeaways and what we've learned and how that's going to influence the programming and policy that we plan to implement over the next 4 years.
And when is that report due?
When is it due?
Or when is the goal for releasing that report?
We have said before the High Holy Days, so I think it depends kind of how many
Depends
conversations.
on the moon.
It could be,
Calendar.
late summer, I think is the goal. But we haven't committed to a specific date, but obviously you will all be the first to receive it.
Okay, and obviously one of the things important to this council, but particularly me as a former teacher, and even in some of the testimony, a quarter of anti-Semitic acts of hate are against children. A quarter of the anti-Jewish hate incidents have targeted children or places where children frequent, including our schools. So what is your plan to address inside and outside the school to address a quarter of Jewish hate incidents?
So for the 6 weeks that we've been operational, the beginning of this has really been trying to understand, just as you are, what this means, who this is affecting, what this looks like specifically. We are really devoted to addressing this serious problem with a scalpel and not a sledgehammer. We want to be really thoughtful and strategic and ensure that the interventions we're suggesting are in partnership with the agencies, like in this case, New York City Public Schools or private schools around the city, and are informed by the lived experience of Jewish New Yorkers. So I'm not prepared to say yet what we're going to do because we haven't yet had enough of these conversations, but we are aware of this data as well and taking very seriously the responsibility to think about hate crimes and biases incidents affecting children wherever they gather. And we'll, again, report back once we have ideas on policy and programming related to that.
And we have, I'd say a pretty talented mayor when it comes to social media and communication. It's pretty good. But the mayor's office of Combat Anti-Semitism doesn't have a website. When can we expect a website to be up?
So we didn't inherit a website or any social media from the previous administration, but we are in talks internally about what is the best communications channels for a mayor's office to have. We're looking at other mayor's offices across the admin and certainly exploring. We want a way for the public to get in touch with this office. So I expect that to be operational very soon and learning how to do that.
I would add to that social media. I mean, to be fair, you didn't inherit a good social media. I mean, it may have been fine, but I think everyone understands that Mayor Mamdani's social media was communicated with a lot of people very effectively. And so the same question about the website I have for social media, which is your office or the mayor prepared to have social media campaigns to address, as we've discussed, the high number of youth that are perpetrating these acts of anti-Semitism?
So as for social media for our office, that's something that's still being explored. Again, what are other mayor's offices doing and what are our sort of administration-wide comms practices? As for the mayor's social media, I think you've seen that he's been both responsive to anti-Semitic incidents as well as talked about prevention and the importance of combating anti-Semitism, including, for example, last week when he went to the Queensborough College Kupferberg Holocaust Center, and then posted about that on social media and the importance of never again. I imagine that he will continue to both respond to incidents and use his platform for prevention. I don't know the specifics of his social media plans, though.
Right. I know you've been there for 6 weeks, but I would just imagine that part of your strategy is a robust social media campaign and having a website.
If we learn
is
from,
having a website and,
having a website, yes, but again,
and a robust social media campaign, is that part of, again, given the strengths of this administration, is that part of your strategy?
certainly using all communications channels to talk about prevention of and combating anti-Semitism, yes. As far as a robust social media campaign, that has not yet been planned, but it's certainly among the many things that we're considering as we talk to Jewish New Yorkers and hear about what they want and need from this administration.
Yeah, I would repeat, given the number of incidents, which we don't know, but we know a large number are youth, and also given the number of victims that are youth, that need to ensure at every step of the way they see that our city is there for them, or that potential perpetrators are learning from our city. I think it's critical that you are using the strengths of this administration, leveraging those to combat anti-Semitism, to make that a robust part of your office. And this is a question for all of you. We touched on this with the training, but I know we wanted to move on to other questions, but I really want to kind of dig into it, which is the training. And you mentioned it was part of, anti-Semitism training was part of the curriculum that all officers undergo, but then you said, you kind of listed all of them, like, kind of lumping anti-Semitism into the same legal bucket as other forms of hate. And it is true, when they are prosecuted, you are looking at anti-Semitism from a legal perspective. But there's more than the legal perspective. There's the cultural competency that needs to exist from our patrol officers, which I know you mentioned misconduct, but it is the case that patrol officers turn people away or tell them it's not anti-Semitism, or just say, oh, that's political speech, it's not, and it gets underreported, or people feel like they can't report to the NYPD, and they are discouraged from reporting to the NYPD. So I just want to be very clear, is when officers are trained on what acts of bias look like, is it general acts of bias, or is it, hey, this is how the Jewish community is experiencing anti-Semitism, and here's what you need to understand about it that may be unique?
Thank you very much for the question, Chair. Anecdotally, because it's not a rote curriculum when answering your question, when we find precincts with spikes specifically of hate crimes, and obviously because of the numerical value associated with anti-Jewish incidents, we'll speak to that. Our dedicated attorney for the Hate Crime Task Force will go and conduct roll call training in those precincts where we see a spike of anti-Semitic incidents. And as a result, that would speak anecdotally to the core competency of understanding the basis of both a bias incident and a hate crime, and what anti-Semitism looks like in that specific command in and around the crimes that were reported at that time.
So it seems responsive. Like just waiting. It's sort of it's a weird order to do it in two, because what it sounds like you're saying is it's responsive. When you see a spike in hate crimes, you respond by going in and doing some sort of training. And I am interested in what that looks like as well. But if it's going underreported, it may not trigger the need for that training to come in.
Well, I want to push back on that a little bit. I mean, you say responsive. I would say tailored to what's happening in the community, and I think that's actually really important, right? Hey, here are things that we're seeing. Here are things to watch for. I think that's particularly effective. It's not some abstract general thing. Here are the possibilities. Hey, here's what we're seeing on the ground. Here's what you need to watch for. I think that's actually really important.
Yeah, I just do want to say, I don't think I cited this before, that in 2022, the Office of Prevention of Hate Crimes did a report on hate crimes, and one of what it spoke about was underreporting. And one of the things it said is that some of the following reporting barriers were identified by respondents trying to report and not being taken seriously was one of the things that they reported. And so we have people reaching out to our offices. You have a report from New York City saying that this is an issue. And so what is the barrier for making sure that when they get trained for the first time, they're getting these core cultural competencies, and you can also be responsive, which is good. That's what we want. We want an NYPD that's responsive. But we don't just want them to be responsive. We want them to be proactive. What are the barriers to ensuring that the NYPD officers get this training so that they take people seriously and understand that people have to be taken seriously?
Well, I would say that what is not a barrier is the training that's provided at the police academy, that's provided to sergeants upon promotion, lieutenants upon promotion, and captains upon promotion. What we do is we augment those 4 areas that I've explained with what you just labeled to be reactive training at the roll call level from our hate crime attorney. And the question you have may not be specific to simply anti-Jewish. It could be applied to the whole universe of hate crimes, because obviously underreporting is something that's a conversational piece across every protected class. And so it's imperative for our frontline officers and sergeants and lieutenants and captains to understand that when any incident, regardless of whether it is a bias incident, a hate crime, or a police-related incident, is addressed by the officer having that conversation with the complainant or victim with professionalism and a grasp of their experience.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure I quite grasp everything. And by the way, just to be clear, we're here to address anti-Semitism because it is the #1 reported hate crime. Just to be clear, it's not to the exclusion of other people's, as you sort of suggested, right? Like, every people deserve to be seen and heard. And what I'd love to hear from the NYPD is just an affirmative yes. We train our officers to identify all sorts of cultural competencies so we can hear communities in which we were not raised, that we understand, and that we are not underreporting, that we are, pushing it up the ladder to make sure that at the start that it is reported.
Well, but Councilmember, I mean, this is obviously incredibly important to the department, which is why at every stage we're training on this, right? In the academy, every time someone gets promoted, right? That reflects, we have to make choices about training, right? We can't train on everything. The fact that we train on this time and again and again and again speaks to how important this is, how core this is for the department. The fact that we have, frankly, a task force that does just this shows how important this is to the department. No matter what, and then when we're seeing spikes, the further, I would say, very tailored follow-up, doing this at roll calls, we actually see as a whole of department focus on exactly what you're talking about. Now, to the extent officers still fall short, that's a problem. And I really, if there's a complaint to your office, you should please bring that complaint to us so we can address it appropriately, both to make sure that the victim is heard and that whatever that underlying incident is addressed, and so that we can take appropriate disciplinary action, because that matters too. That is a piece of this, right? That we're going to train on this time and again. It's a priority for the department, and to the extent individual officers, for whatever reason, are falling short, there are consequences. That matters too. But I really want to emphasize that we do take this incredibly seriously. We do train on this, and it's a training, again, really at every core opportunity that we have.
Yeah, the question isn't intent. But I don't think anyone up here is saying, like, yeah, let's have more anti-Semitism. The question is the actions being taken. And that's why we're all here. And I think we've done, clarified a number of really important things, a number of next steps that can address this. I do want to turn it over to Councilmember Epstein, but I think it is important for us to just know not whether or not training is being given, but what it looks like. And I think that is a clear distinction. And I'm going to turn over to him, but I think that's a further conversation that we need to have to make sure that we know officers are being trained in the proper way that meets cultural competencies before you have to go in and be responsive. Councilmember Epstein.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just to DA Gonzalez, can you just tell us what your conviction rates have been on these hate crimes?
As I indicated, often a hate crime will last for a long time.
Yeah.
Right. So when you look at year after year, conviction rates, they don't actually align with the number of incidents that took place for that calendar year, but they're very high. They're very high, and
You say they're very high. Of the cases, more than 50% you see convictions?
well, what I was going to explain is that, in a number of our trials, right, we take a lot of pleas, and of course, pleas are always convictions. But if we're doing a trial, there's times where a jury may not find the hate crime, right? So there's an assault that takes place, we charge as an assault as a hate crime, but they convict on the underlying assault. And so the overall conviction rate is exceedingly high, probably, and I don't want to give you a number off the hand, but it's in the high 90%, but that may not be a conviction on the actual,
The hate crime itself.
crime. It may just be on the underlying
An assault or something else,
Correct.
exactly.
But we overwhelmingly win these cases. They're highly investigated, and in terms of our own training, we tabletop. Okay.
Yeah, sure. How many cases go to pretrial diversion? How many of these cases are you trying to do education and other pretrial work?
With our younger offenders, we're trying to handle a lot of these cases in ways that are diversion or restorative justice. A number of our cases, however, are the people with mental illness. Yeah. I don't want to give you inaccurate information, but a number of our cases go to our mental health court, where the diversions happen there. But in terms of, people committing a hate crime, and that hate crime was intentionally committed, those cases tend not to get diverted. It's the young people and the people with mental illness.
And what effective tools do you see to reducing hate crimes from your office? Do you feel like the diversion programs work, the education programs work, statistically important? How do we see this being effective long term?
We don't see repeat offenders in our hate crime universe that come through our office and prosecuted. It's very rare to have a recidivist person in the hate crime universe. We do see a lot of recidivism with people with mental health issues acting out in that way. But with our young people that have gone through our diversion, we're not seeing repeat offenders.
Can I ask the NYPD, what tools have you seen effective to avoid hate crimes? Have you learned over the years, or are certain things that have been more effective than others?
I don't know that the response could be to avoid hate crimes. I think that to prevent hate crimes, and I think that educational programming and conversations between community leaders and religious figures and the community speaks to a greater cultural understanding, and we see impactful statements from various people in the community when they learn about the cultural competencies and practices of a specific community, and one could go more granularly, say the Jewish community.
Yeah, and to the mayor's office, Wisdom, is part of what you're trying to do to put more resources into prevention, into doing education? We've heard now from both from the NYPD and the DA's office that kind of education seemed to be effective tools in preventing these kind of hate crimes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. We don't have specific budget proposals or program or policy proposals for this budget cycle, because we're mid-budget cycle, but absolutely want to follow through on the mayor's commitment to increase funding to hate crime prevention.
I mean, I know we've seen the speaker, we've talked about it, Councilmember Brewer raised this earlier, beginning to talk about the Holocaust and trying to do real education out there around anti-Semitism. Is there a commitment from the mayor's office to look for additional resources to do the education that we're talking about, whether to the DA, NYPD, or through your office?
Yes, absolutely.
And what would you need from the council to advance, or what structural support would the mayor's office need to make sure that we're saying the same thing? Because clearly, I know the speakers talked a lot about prevention. You know, what else do you need from us to do to ensure that prevention is resources are happening?
I think primarily to keep in touch with each other about what we're hearing from communities, what they need, and then there will be budgetary asks, probably most likely next year, that we'll be coming to the council to talk about.
Yeah, we'd love to see something this year, obviously, because we don't want to, obviously, people who get, injured, harmed by hate crime, we want to get in front of this as much as possible. Whatever we can do collectively to ensure there are resources put in place, whether through the DA's office or through the NYPD or through your office, to do that kind of prevention, I think it really goes a long way in dealing with the underlying problems we've seen of the rise of anti-Semitism. And I want to thank the co-chairs for letting me ask again.
Thank you, Council Member. We actually have no further questions for DA Gonzalez. You're free to stay, but if you wish. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you, Councilmember Epstein.
All right.
One person.
I have some. Okay. I have some questions for the NYPD. Just following up on Councilmember Dinowitz's question regarding training, could you tell us a little bit about what materials you use for training?
We can certainly provide you with the curriculum.
Please, thank you. What is the head count in your hate crimes unit, if you have it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, the current head count of the Hate Crime Task Force is 25 uniformed members of the service. That is inclusive of 20 total detectives that investigate cases.
Do you find that sufficient?
We do.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about how the NYPD defines, I know you spoke about how you define hate crimes, you follow the penal law, but what about anti-Semitic hate crimes, and how do you define anti-Semitism, and what, if any, guidelines do you use for that definition?
Right, so we're coming back really to the state statute, and we're not using some freestanding definition of anti-Semitism. In other words, the legal question we are answering as a matter of state law is, under the hate crime statute, and again, this is a paraphrase, but this is the concept, right? Was this person a victim in whole or in substantial part because that person was Jewish or perceived to be Jewish, right? That is the question. That is the question, the legal question that has to be answered. Do we have probable cause supporting that? And that's the question we're answering. So there's no sort of freestanding definition of anti-Semitism that we're applying, or really in any of these bias categories, some sort of freestanding definition. Where in each case we're saying, okay, this is the protected characteristic here, Judaism, Jewish, and then we're answering that legal question under state law.
So we're not following any specific definition. For example, our definition of anti-Semitism is used quite often. Are you saying just case-by-case basis?
No, I'm not saying case by case. What I'm saying is that this is a state law question. In other words, we can't just sort of unilaterally decide, we're going to pick a definition of anti-Semitism and sort of apply that to the New York State hate crimes law, right? Like that's a state law. The state legislature says, okay, here's how we're defining a hate crime, right? And the way that it's defined under state law is, again, as I said, I think it's penal law, I think it's 485.05. Again, in whole or in substantial part because of, and then it lists the various characteristics. So we're obligated to follow state law on this.
So just so I'm clear, how do we know if something is an anti-Semitic hate crime?
So that's what the investigation is, right? So we talk about it as like bias, right? Was this because, in whole or in part, because the person was Jewish or perceived to be Jewish? But that's the question that detectives are trying to answer, right? Again, take the example of someone who's punched in the face. Did that happen in whole or in substantial part because the attacker had a belief or perception about their being Jewish, the perception that they were Jewish? If that's why this is happening, that's why this happened, then we're talking about a hate crime.
Okay, we can explore that more a little bit later on. I want to ask you, has the Mayor's Office of Anti-Semitism reached out to you?
So, I mean, I've spoken with the executive director on multiple occasions. I think we actually have a meeting, an in-person meeting scheduled. I'm not sure exactly when it is. It's coming up. But yeah, so I've obviously spoken with the executive director, and we're going to have in-person meetings as well.
And I assume anti-Semitic hate crimes are on the agenda.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about how the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force determination process works when it comes to hate crimes and bias incidents?
Well, I mean,
like what happens after a person reports
right. So,
a hate crime or bias?
so you have the investigation that's done. And again, what's interesting about these investigations is because of the really unique nature of a hate crime, it's not just the crime itself that's being investigated, though that is done in an incredibly thorough and deliberate way, but also if there's other evidence that goes to the perpetrator's motivation, right? So the task force is gathering all that evidence, doing all that work. As a formal matter, the determination that something is or is not a confirmed hate crime is made by the commanding officer of the Hate Crimes Task Force. That is very much in consultation with the legal bureau, and again, we have a lawyer assigned over there. And to be blunt, there are some cases that are totally obvious, right? That they're not going to need to talk to legal because it's plain as day that it's anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic in nature, and we can prove it.
Could you give an example of a case that's totally obvious?
Yeah. Somebody walks up to someone, the person is visibly Jewish, is saying anti-Semitic slurs, and punches that person in the face.
Could you give an example of an anti-Semitic slur?
If calling someone, let's say, a kike, I think that's a pretty, anti-Semitic slur.
Okay, thank you. How many, I think you answered this question before, so I'll just move on. While Jewish New Yorkers make up roughly 10% of the city's population, they were targeted in over half of all confirmed hate crimes in the first quarter of 26. If you know, to what does the NYPD attribute this disproportionate targeting of Jewish New Yorkers?
As I was saying before, it's anti-Semitism generally. I mean, this goes back a question across time and the world and millennia, in trying to understand and articulate why there's hatred for the Jews, in particular, hatred for the Jews that is disproportionate to other hatreds out there in the world, right? It's a very hard question to answer.
I understand that.
I think so. There's that constant. It's a constant, right, in history, and then the question becomes, okay, to what extent do for example, world events affect hate crimes here in New York City? As I said before, certainly as an intuitive matter, I would think so. We see it in the data post October 7th, clear as day. Beyond that, I'm not sure I can tell you in a definitive way, hard to draw a line sometimes between some, world event and anti-Semitic hate crime activity in New York City. But, and to the DA's point, with everything going on social media, things can happen around the world and have an effect here on crime in New York City.
Okay, does the department receive written guidance from any of the 5 district attorneys, or from any of them jointly, on what conduct is or is not chargeable as a hate crime under Penal Law 48505?
So we will check. I don't think there's anything like a formal memo the way I think you mean. I want to emphasize this, though. We are in regular contact with the DA's office. I mean, generally, but in particular when it comes to the Hate Crimes Task Force, they are talking to the DA's offices and the U.S. Attorney's offices all the time. It is a very, very collaborative, productive relationship. And so, just really to speak to what you're getting at, I think our detectives and the leadership of the Hate Crimes Task Force, obviously we have to make our own determinations, of course. And there can be times when we in the DA's office disagree. That can happen, and that's okay. But I think we have a good sense for all the DA's offices of how they think about these things.
So no written guidance exists, is that correct?
Certainly not that I'm aware of. We will double check, but I don't think so.
Please, if you could double check, and if there isn't any, could you confirm that to us in writing?
Sure.
Thank you very much. When the Hate Crimes Task Force is building a case that involves difficult classification questions, for example, a Zionist slogan directed at a visibly Jewish victim, is there a practice of consulting the relevant DAs before arrest?
So I would say there's very, very often conversations in these types of situations. So yes, there's very often dialogue. I don't want to say that, I don't want to commit to that it happens 100% of the time, right? But yes, there is regular dialogue with the DAs, particularly in more, let's say, where there's an open question, there will regularly be contact with the DAs, yes.
Okay. And when the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which happens often, declines to take a hate crime case referred by the department or declines to include the hate crime enhancement in its charging, does the department receive an explanation, whether in writing or not in writing?
Without specificity, I can answer it anecdotally. And
I'm
I
sorry,
can tell
could you repeat that?
I'm so sorry. Without specificity to a specific case, I can answer it anecdotally and talk about the protocols and the methodology by which the detectives and their supervisors and the commanding officer of Hate Crime Task Force deals with things like that. Those are conversations that are certainly had between the commanding officer of the Hate Crime Task Force, the attorney assigned to the Hate Crime Task Force, and the prosecutor from the DA's office. And if there is a divergence of opinion, we have those conversations and we note them, and we, as the NYPD, go forward with what we perceive the charge to be.
How can we get a copy of those notes?
I actually, to be blunt, I think those notes, the sort of deliberations over particular cases, internal deliberations, whether within the NYPD or with the DA's offices, I actually do not think that is something, respectfully, that should be going out really to the city council or the public. I mean, those are really important discussions that we need to have. They're really important, and they have to be candid discussions. They have to be very blunt, right? Blunt on both ends, that we can be candid about our view on a case, DA's office blunt on their view. And by the way, that could be strengths and weaknesses of a case. Sometimes the disagreements could be legal in nature. Sometimes how strong is the evidence, right? We might think the case is strong. They have a concern about a witness. Those are very, very sensitive discussions. They have to be done with candor. You know, to the extent that those discussions are then going to be shared with the public, that's going to actually have a really adverse effect on our ability to successfully bring these cases.
I would still request that you provide us with a redacted copy of, let's say, from 2025, and as it relates to Manhattan District Attorney's Office specifically. And if you really can't provide, I guess, just let us know in writing.
And I also, and Councilmember, I just want to be clear, it's not like, I don't even know if there are notes. What I mean is...
No, I mean, you just testified that notes being taken.
No, I said, no, there are conversations that are had. There are conversations that are had. Whether or not notes were taken, I have no idea. And again, like it's not like there's some form that's filled out, you know, in each case, in like our view, the DA's office's view, and it's going to range tremendously, right? You could have some case where there were multiple conversations, some where there's one, it's long, it's short, but these internal sorts of deliberations, again, we have to be able to have them with candor. And in a world in which that's going to be shared publicly, it's going to make it much more difficult for us to work with the DA's office and for the DA's office to work with us. We have to be able to speak just, you know, very bluntly with each other about the particulars of cases.
I would still request the redacted notes if possible. And again, if you can't provide it, just let us know in writing if possible. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the reporting changes that were made. As we discussed here, there were recent reports about changes in how NYPD reports hate crimes. I know you explained some of the changes. Were these changes made exclusively by the NYPD, or was this decision from the administration broadly?
These were decisions by the NYPD. We made these decisions. We stand by them. These were not decisions made by anyone at City Hall. We made these decisions.
And was the mayor's office consulted in any way on those decisions?
Not consulted. Before we announced the decisions, and again, we announced them twice, right? There was one announcement at the beginning of March, one at the beginning of April. Before those announcements were made, we informed City Hall we would be making those announcements. But to be blunt, it was not, we had made the decision, we were going to announce it, we let City Hall know.
So is it accurate to say that NYPD can make decisions without the mayor's input?
So we make decisions every day on a wide range of matters. Some of them, right, are very much in consultation with City Hall. And then, I mean, it's the NYPD, so much going on. There are many, many things that we decide without input from City Hall. And, you know, there are judgment calls about what is raised and discussed and what isn't. I just want to be very, very clear on these issues. These were decisions that we made ourselves.
Okay, thank you. And was the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism consulted or advised?
No. Again, very shortly before we made each of these announcements, we told City Hall, hey, we're about to announce X.
Okay, thank you. During the weeks the department was publishing only confirmed figures, can you tell us approximately how many incidents, if you have their information, if not, you could provide it to us at a later time, how many incidents were under investigation as possible hate crimes that did not appear in the public count?
So if what you're asking for, I think, so let's say, going back, we only have the confirmed hate crime numbers. We were not tracking in a systematic way all possible or all reported hate crimes. In other words, what we're doing now, and we're tracking this quite carefully, reporting it out monthly, is both the full universe of cases that are being investigated by the task force and the full universe of confirmed hate crimes by the task force. But what we weren't tracking before in a way that we would be comfortable reporting out on is the full universe of just the incoming to the task force. So I'm not sure I can answer your question because the whole point is that wasn't data we were tracking before. We are now tracking and reporting on that going forward.
No, I think you answered it, thanks. Are the reported hate crimes listed separately from the confirmed hate crimes, or like just talk to us a little bit about how
So
that's...
going forward monthly, and you saw this this month when we report on our March crime numbers. We actually provided three things. We provided the confirmed hate crimes numbers for March. Because it's the quarter, we gave the confirmed hate crimes number for the quarter. That's because it's, quarterly. And then separately was the universe for March of all reported hate crimes broken down by the type of bias.
That's every crime that was reported during that period of time, correct?
So on a monthly basis, that's every case that is coming into the hate crimes task force.
Okay, and can you talk a little bit more about what it means to have a confirmed hate crime?
Right, so confirmed hate crime is really that legal determination we were talking about, saying under the statute, we believe we have probable cause that this is a hate crime pursuant to 485.05. That's what a confirmed hate crime is.
And who makes that determination?
The CO of the Hate Crimes Task Force, and again, as necessary in consultation with the Legal Bureau.
And what happens if the victim chooses not to press charges?
So
is that then considered just a reported hate crime, or is that confirmed in some way?
So the analysis of whether something's a confirmed hate crime is going to be separate and apart from whether or not the person wants to go forward. We can have a confirmed hate crime. The victim can say, hey, I don't want to proceed with this. We then have to assess whether we'll be able to make our case, right?
So that's why I'm asking.
It'll be a confirmed hate crime, yes. There certainly could be scenarios, I come up with hypotheticals, where it's a confirmed hate crime. The fact that the victim chooses not to go forward, which is, that person's right, but we would still have it a confirmed hate crime.
Okay, got it. When it comes to the public reporting of hate crimes, I'm sorry I asked this question. Are Are other crimes reported in the same way that hate crimes are currently? Yeah. Like sexual assault, for example. Is that
So-
reported in the same way as hate crimes?
No, I mean, our reporting on hate crimes is unique in that we have these two levels, right? The incoming to the task force and the confirmed hate crimes number. We treat hate, and we have the dashboard and all that. We don't have this for every type of crime. We treat hate crimes differently because of the unique nature of the crime. Because as we've been discussing, it's a crime it's harm not only to the victim but to communities, the effect it has on society, the fact that the state chooses to treat hate crimes differently than other types of crimes.
I mean, I would argue that sexual assault is also a crime of unique nature.
Of course.
So why is that reported differently than a hate crime?
So because the issue is, and this goes back to what DA Gonzalez was referring to, you have these two steps with a hate crime, right? It's the criminal activity itself, and then the question whether you can prove the motive, right? So everything we're talking about here with hate crimes, this two-level thing, that's separate and apart from the complaint coming in, right? In other words, the situation where someone's assaulted, and the question was, can you prove that it was a hate crime? It was, anti-Jewish in nature. Any which way, that assault is going to be recorded. It's an assault, right? That complaint has been taken. That's going to be in our data as an assault in whatever the appropriate degree is. So that's the analog to every other type of crime. The crime comes in, it's recorded, right? And then we see whether we can catch the perpetrator. You have this separate question for hate crimes about motive and whether we can prove it. And as the DA said, that is actually unique to hate crimes, and that's why you have these sort of two layers of reporting.
So the difference is due to the motive?
The need to establish motive, because there are two separate questions, right? One, as with anything, okay, is there a crime here, right? That's true for anything under the sun. Is there a crime? And then there's a separate issue, right, of can we show that the person's motive was bias-based, right? And that's unique. It's unique for hate crimes. Other types of crimes, we don't care what your motive was. You committed a crime. If we can prove that you did it, you're going to get arrested. But for hate crimes, to charge as a hate crime, a separate special thing to be able to prove or have probable cause for bias. That's what makes it different.
But the sexual assault doesn't need probable cause?
No, it's just the motive doesn't matter.
Okay.
Right? In other words, if someone commits a sexual assault or any other crime, the motive does not matter as a legal issue, right? It's a sexual assault, that's it, whatever the motive might have been. But for a hate crime, whether it's a hate crime turns on what the motive was. If the motive was anti-Jewish and we can prove it, that's a hate crime. If it was something else entirely, then it's not.
And that's the reason for reporting them differently?
Well, that's why
I'm asking because it's just
No, because you
not
have these two different
making
layers.
sense.
Because the point is that you have this universe of crimes that come in, right? The reported hate crimes. And that's going to be, so you're talking about potential criminal conduct, right? We're capturing that. There's then a separate question. That's one set is, hey, has a crime been reported to us that is under investigation as a hate crime? Right? That's what's one universe. Second universe, yes, we've confirmed that's a hate crime. That distinction wouldn't make sense for other types of crimes. A sexual assault has been reported. Okay, that's a sexual assault complaint. A murder has been reported. That's it. To say, okay, it's like potential murder versus a confirmed murder, that wouldn't make sense. It's again.
But wouldn't it be possible that a sexual assault report is actually not confirmed because it was consensual?
So different issue. To the extent when we have crime data, we do all sorts of checks and audits, and there are times when things have been misclassified. That does happen, or we learn more. That's to your point. But it's all, again, it's a single question. Do we have a crime here? Right? And the answer is binary. Either we
understand
do
why
or we
it needs to
don't.
be reported differently. So using sexual assault as an example, is sexual assault, are allegations of sexual assault crimes reported and displayed to the public in a different way than hate crimes are? Meaning are all of the ones that are just alleged, not confirmed, are you reporting those as well?
So any complaint that comes in of any type of crime, we're going to take and record that as the crime that has been described. It has to be classified in our system, and we're checking that to make sure it's classified properly. We're taking those complaints, right? And it could be a sexual assault, murder, it could be a larceny, whatever it may be, and we're tracking those complaints as they come in, right? And we report that data out in a variety of ways.
I'm just asking if you report the reported incidents.
Yes, yes,
When it comes to sexual assault.
yes.
And do you separate them in the same way that you do with hate crimes, meaning you'll have one metric for reported and one for confirmed?
No,
You're not doing that.
because the reported versus confirmed for hate crimes is not whether there was a crime. It's whether there was a bias motive. And that bias motive question is unique to hate crimes.
I guess I just don't understand why it still needs to be reported differently, but it's fine, we can move on. There's been a lot of confusion about what is or isn't a hate crime, which may potentially lead to underreporting. So to clarify for the public, could you answer, if you can, if the following would be classified as a hate crime, a bias incident, anti-Semitic hate crime, or it's just free speech? So I'll give you a couple of examples, and if you can tell us, I think that would clarify a lot for the public. So for an example, protesters chanting outside a synagogue in support of Hamas. Hate crime, bias incident, free speech, what is it?
So again, without more, I just want to be clear, without more, if all you have is protesters outside of whatever the location is, chanting in support of Hamas, no, that is protected speech. That's
Okay.
free speech. It is. Sorry, if I may, just to be clear, I want to emphasize, I appreciate very, very well how painful and awful that is for people inside, let's say, that shul. I understand that, but if the question is that a crime? No, it's not. It's protected speech.
Okay, and then protesters yelling outside a synagogue, F the Jews.
That is also protected speech. By the way, I'm assuming, again, I'm assuming no other facts. So they're not otherwise disrupting the services, they're not obstructing anyone in any way, but simply the statement that you made, that is protected speech.
And if they are obstructing entrances to synagogue, is
And they're
that
subject to arrest.
that is a hate crime?
No, so it would be discon. Well, let me back up. If there are services going on, they're obstructing people from going into services, there actually could very well be a hate crime. It's going to depend a little bit on the circumstances. Any which way, if someone's blocking an entrance to a synagogue, they're getting arrested.
What
Full
would
stop.
be in that fact pattern? In that fact pattern, what would be the circumstances that would make it a hate crime?
Yeah. So a few things. So certainly, if you have any situation in which there's like a threat of harm, right? It's called a true threat under the First Amendment, right? So that threat situation, we would charge as an aggravated harassment, right? Aggravated harassment, and we would charge that as a hate crime, assuming you'll be able to show in that situation. So we charge that as a hate crime. One thing also is there are particular statutes, they're not hate crime statutes, but there are particular statutes about obstructing religious services. There's a federal statute about obstructing coming into a house of worship. I mean, I think I would characterize that as a hate crime statute, whether the federal government sort of calls it that, that's what it is. And so there'd be a charge there. So any kind of obstruction or threat, it's criminal in nature, and again, I think depending on the circumstance, it would get charged to hate crime under a hate crime statute. But the speech stuff that you're talking about, pure speech, whether that's in support of Hamas or F the Jews, I think was the example you gave. That is hurtful and painful, but in and of itself, that is protected speech.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, if there are protesters, let's say they're mass protesters standing outside a synagogue yelling F the Jews and obstructing the entrance, that is a hate crime?
No, so as I said, if they are obstructing an entrance, that is definitely you can't do that. If they'll be warned, and if they refuse to move, they're subject to arrest, full stop. Now, how we charge that, under what statute we charge that, is going to depend a little bit on the circumstances. But they certainly are subject to arrest, no question about that. Whether they will be charged in the state, charged federally, how that would get prosecuted is going to depend on the circumstances, and every case is different. But if you're blocking an entrance to a synagogue or to a school, you are 100% subject to arrest.
Okay. And some other examples, let's say a kippah is being thrown off someone's head, they're walking on the street, someone randomly comes over, throws off the kippah without saying anything.
So,
Is that a hate crime?
So that's going to be charged essentially under the what I would call a hate crime provision of the aggravated harassment statute. So aggravated harassment in the second degree actually has a special provision if you're knocking religious headgear off of someone, a kippah or otherwise. And that, I mean, it's not the hate crime statute, but it is an enhanced. It is a functionally the same thing, right? That is a provision of the aggravated harassment statute.
They're subject to arrest.
Oh yeah, of course. And it'll be charged with aggravated harassment in the second degree.
I mean, we've never seen, at least I've never seen, maybe I don't know, but any charges for cases like that. Maybe it's because it's tough to find the perpetrator, but
We do have cases
love
like
to
that.
see
We
these
do.
be prosecuted. Just a couple more. Someone on the train yelling "F you, Jew" or "Dirty Jew" without any physical assault. Is that a hate crime?
With nothing, well, go ahead.
If creating fear and creating the discomfort and fear to the ridership, we have in the past charged that aggravated harassment statute as discussed by the commissioner.
Okay. And just one more. A kosher restaurant being vandalized with "Kill the Zionists." Is that a hate crime?
So it's going to depend. This is the work of the Hate Crimes Task Force to investigate, right? Like this is exactly what they have to do, right? To be able to prove that it was because of the person's, Jewish identity, in whole or in substantial part, and that it wasn't a pure, let's call it political motivation. And it could be both. Obviously, it could be both. You can imagine it being in part political and in part anti-Semitic, Jewish, right? But we have to be able to prove that. So that's the work of the task force, to be able to prove that. If we can prove it, we'll charge it.
And if it just says "Kill the Jews," do you see that as different?
If
It says "Kill the Jews."
that's a hate crime right there. That is clearly because of perceived Jewishness or Jewish identity, and that would be charged as a hate crime.
Okay. On December 15, 2025, the second night of Hanukkah, 20-year-old Menachem Reichman, an Orthodox Chabad member, was attacked on the 3 train towards Crown Heights. The attacker shouted "F the Jews" on the video at the outset of the assault. The department's initial classification was argument over seats, not a hate crime. It was only after community outcry that the hate crime classification was restored. Can you walk us through who made that initial classification, what the hate crime task force reviewed before making it, and what role the hate crime review panel played in this?
Councilmember, I am not familiar with the particulars of that case. I could not tell you sitting here kind of what went into that, who was making what decisions, what the analysis was. I just don't know.
That's fine. If you could look into it and get back
Sure.
to us, we would appreciate it. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the incident that took place in my district 2 nights ago. I think you saw the video.
I've seen the video, yes.
So you know what occurred. There was a protest at a location where the individuals often protest. They usually don't march after they protest. This time they decided to march onto a street with a synagogue and a daycare, intimidating students. There was a rabbi inside, and I talked about this in my opening statement. There was a rabbi inside training a boy for a bar mitzvah. The parents called me infuriated, intimidated, in fear for the safety of their children. So, and just to be fair, they did not, according to the videos I've seen, they did not block any entrances. So I just have a couple of questions as it regards to this incident and more broadly. Do officers receive training on handling these protests?
Right, so we have, as part of the protest settlement, there's actually all sorts of training that goes on. Community Affairs gets training, our executives get training. We've separately been talking with executives, in particular, about how to handle situations involving protests outside houses of worship or outside of schools or other sensitive locations. So again, there's the formal piece as part of the protest settlement, but there's also work that we've been doing, really at the executive level, captains and above, to make sure they understand how this works, or I should really say COs and above, but how this works in terms of handling protests outside, like I said, schools, other sensitive locations.
And is sensitivity training a part of that? Just because, as you may know, it's important for officers that are going to protest to understand the sensitivities, especially if they end up next to a synagogue or a Jewish daycare, to understand why mass protesters shouting hateful slogans is very traumatizing to the Jewish community.
Yeah, and I do think, I'm not sure I can speak to, in terms of like sensitivity training across the department. There is all sorts of training that goes on. It's just we're not the right people, I think, really to speak to that. But I do think that, for example, like the COs, their job is to know their communities. Community affairs officers, they do understand this. I don't think the point you're making about the sensitivities here, I don't think that's lost on the CO of that command, the community affairs officers involved, leadership of the department. We definitely understand that.
Okay, and is there an NYPD directive as to conduct when a sudden protest emerges and ends up directly outside of a house of worship or a daycare facility, but when they're not, specifically when they're not blocking the entrance? So yesterday I had a call with the NYPD, and they cited free speech, and I'm very supportive of the First Amendment, and I totally believe in free speech, but I know there are also limits, and I know we can put in time, place, and manner restrictions. So I'm wondering, in the case of what happened 2 nights ago, what could have been done differently legally within the authority of the NYPD? And I know that there's a consent decree, and I know that you're somewhat limited, but what could have been done differently to prevent protesters intimidating parents and children and worshipers?
Right. So as you know, this was in some ways an unusual situation. What I mean is, this was a group that had protested before at a different location, a commercial location, and had been stationary in prior instances, right? So we really had no sense, and those I think had gone without incident, and again, stationary in a relatively small group, small counter group. And so we did not know in advance, I had no reason to think in advance that they would be marching. And so that was a surprise. It was. We don't have a crystal ball. And we did not have a lot of resources there. We didn't. So in that situation, so they start marching, limited resources. I think if they had, let's just say, so if they had come to that school, and they were marching across various blocks, right? I think this was one of many blocks they marched down the other day. If they had, for example, stopped, like a few scenarios. One, if they had stopped and obstructed an entrance, we would have, given them a warning, and if they failed to move, they'd be subject to arrest. If they had stopped at that location and were going to set up there, let's say, to protest there for any meaningful period of time, we would have been concerned about obstruction, right? And we would have set up a frozen zone in front of the entrance there to make sure there was no obstruction. People get in and out without incident. We would have worked to move them across the street. make sure they have sight and sound if they were going to set up there, but make sure we have that frozen zone there with barriers as necessary. Given the video that I saw, they actually were moving along. They actually did not stop there. They were continuing down that street as they had on other occasions, as they had on other streets. And so in that scenario, I'm not sure there's really anything for the PD to do in that moment because they're moving along. They're going. I do agree that given that we know, or that we've experienced, this is a group that actually, if they gather again to protest at that same commercial location, they may march. We got to think in advance about where they're going to march, plan for that. And part of that is trying to talk to the organizers. Sometimes they'll talk to us, sometimes they won't. It's thinking about how we can enable them to march. And as you said, exercise their First Amendment rights. Doesn't mean they can march wherever they want, whenever they want, right? And we'd have to sort of plan that out in advance. And part of that is having resources in the right place. They were on the sidewalk. There are times when we say to folks who are marching, listen, you can go here or you can go there, but you can go straight or you can go right, but you're not going to be able to take this left turn. If it's the sidewalk, though, it means we're closing the street. So, right? In other words, if the sidewalk is otherwise open to the public, we can't say it's open to the public except for the protesters. That we can't do. That's a problem. That would be content-based speech regulation, and that we can't do. So, given what transpired, going forward, will we plan for this protest very differently? Yes, 100%. How exactly we're going to structure it, we got to figure that out. I do want to emphasize, though, again, just for the cops who were there in the moment, they were surprised. I think they were doing their best in the situation. It would be very, very different if the protesters had stopped and looked like they were going to remain there for a meaningful period of time. We would have had to really sort of address potential obstruction risks. Given the video that I saw, that's not what happened.
I'm assuming this is not the first surprise you've had with protests where they marched afterwards to a location. So that's why I'm wondering if there's a specific directive that NYPD has to the COs or to the entire NYPD regarding what conduct officers need to engage in if protesters are walking and shouting right by houses of worship and educational facilities, or is there no directive and it's just case-by-case basis?
Well, there is, no, I think there are very clear directives in terms of concerns about obstruction, about sight and sound, if people are set up, right? So again, if they had said, if the protesters had come and said, okay, we're going to be protesting outside this, I think it's like a Jewish elementary school, we would have there's a lot we have to say about how that works, consistent with the law, consistent with the First Amendment, but also consistent with the safety and security of people inside. And we would set up for that, right? And they would not be right there in front of the entrance, probably across the street. Again, sight and sound. We'd have appropriate barrier configuration, police officers there as necessary. We would do all that. And that's very clear.
There is a directive?
What I've just described is, I think, very clear to the leadership in the department. Again,
Do you have that in writing? Can we get a copy of that?
This is directives that maybe I have given and descriptions I have given to the leadership of the department, to executives in the department. We have gone over this. I think they know it very well. I just want to emphasize again that what you have here, what you have the other day, and again, I understand, I truly do understand why this was upsetting to the people who were inside. I am not minimizing that in any way. It is the case, though, that they did not remain there, and they, as best I can tell from the video, were moving right along. They were. And that does change the analysis.
So could we have moved them across the street?
But they were already moving down the block. There was no, I mean, again, they weren't stationary. They were moving down the block already.
Well, before they moved to the synagogue and the daycare center, could we have just directed them, could the NYPD have just directed them to move across the street, go around the synagogue and the daycare center, and come back to the sidewalk? So
if we had known in advance they were going to go there, and we were concerned about obstruction, we could do a frozen zone around the entrance to the school. We could close off part of the block, however we want to do it. We do have to consider the counter protesters who are across the street. Like, the goal is not to tell the protesters to go stand where the counter protesters are standing. That's a recipe for problems. And yeah, we could 100%, if we had known in advance that they were going to go there, we could certainly have done a frozen zone there and avoided a situation they were right there, like moving past the entrance. Again, we didn't know that was going to happen. We did not have the barriers there in advance. We didn't have the resources there in advance. Now that we know this is a possibility, we're gonna plan accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of more questions. Just want to refer you to the Penal Law 240-21, and I'll just read it in part. A person is guilty of disruption or disturbance of a religious service when he or she makes unreasonable noise or disturbance while at a lawfully assembled religious service or within 300 feet thereof with intent to cause annoyance or alarm or recklessly creating a risk thereof. Disruption or disturbance of a religious service is a Class A misdemeanor. So based on the fact pattern we just discussed, assume that what we saw in the video is accurate description of what happened. May this behavior be considered a Class A misdemeanor under Section 240-21 of the New York State Penal Law?
I really don't think so. I don't. I mean, it's possible I don't have all the information. I did see the video. These were individuals. These were individuals who were walking down what was a publicly accessible sidewalk. They were legally allowed to be there. They were not obstructing anything. I don't have any evidence of their intent to disrupt what was going on inside. I don't. And again, that is consistent with, I want to acknowledge this again, kind of the pain and the frustration, I get it, of people who are in there or learned about it in the community, not minimizing that. But do I think that those individuals walking past there in the way that they were under these circumstances were committing a crime? I don't think they were committing a crime.
Oh, we could say they were making unreasonable noise. We could argue that. They were within 300 feet of the synagogue and the daycare center. They were likely doing it with the intent to cause annoyance or alarm, recklessly creating a risk thereof. And that type of disruption, according to Penal Law 240-21, is a Class A misdemeanor.
I gotta say though, at least on what I have, the information that I have, I don't have the evidence of unreasonable noise, and I don't have the evidence of intent. I think it matters a lot. They were walking along, I think it was multiple blocks, right? This was one of many blocks they walked down. We don't have the evidence that they were targeting this location. We don't have the evidence of unreasonable noise. I just, on the facts as I understand them, as I'm aware of, I do not think you have a crime there.
We don't have the evidence because it happened 2 nights ago, and I don't think we had the time to investigate.
Again, I have the information that I have. But I really do not see evidence of a crime here. And I want to emphasize again, that when you have a publicly accessible street, there's no frozen zone. They're allowed to be there. They're allowed to march there. To the extent you're suggesting that the fact they were marching there with the message that they had, that in of itself would give rise to a criminal charge, I do not think that is correct. Again, with the facts that I have.
Even without investigating the incident?
I'm not sure. I mean, again, if someone wants to make a complaint, they can make a complaint. Anyone is free to make a complaint, and we will take that complaint and we will investigate it accordingly. But I just want to emphasize, I just have to acknowledge, right? Public street, not closed off. People are allowed to march down that street. That's what the First Amendment is.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And just so I know what to tell my constituents that are very concerned, what can be done in the future other than setting up buffer zones in the case of obstruction of entrances, but what can I tell them to make them feel that their children are going to be safe? And I'm not just talking about this particular incident, but I'm sure we're going to see a lot of protests and marches that walk by and intimidate worshipers and daycare centers.
Right, so I think there are a few things to be said. First of all, there is an open line of communication to the NYPD directly. We are happy to engage with individuals from the school, whether through community affairs or otherwise, the leadership of the school, so we can hear directly from them. I think that is totally appropriate, and if they want to do that, we are more than open to that. They should know that the NYPD takes its responsibility for public safety extremely seriously. We do this every day. Yes, there is a real challenge, right? We have to both make sure we are ensuring First Amendment rights and ensuring that people are safe. We do this to the very best of our ability. And I think we are going to take a hard look at, certainly in this area, right, in terms of if protesters are marching going forward, how we're going to handle that. Again, consistent with the First Amendment, allowing people to march. But if we have to do more in terms of frozen zones, then we'll do what we have to do to make sure that this is all safe.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, and I appreciate the open line of communication. And thank you for the service of the NYPD. Thank you.
I was listening to some of the answers to the questions, and it's very interesting to hear about there are directives for what the protocol is around protesting, around schools and houses of worship. And it's my opinion, and the opinion of this council, actually, that those directives should be transparent, and there should be time for public input. And when you say schools and protesters can always reach out to you, that it should be very clear on a public plan who the point person is at the NYPD. That is, in fact, a law that we passed in this council, one that will provide much needed transparency to avoid incidents like this altogether. So community members, protesters, schools, houses of worship, everyone under the sun knows what they're getting and knows who to contact, and that there is community input for that. That is what we passed in this council, and I look forward to it becoming law so we can increase the amount of transparency in our NYPD. One of the questions Councilmember Chair Vernikoff asked was, if there's a kosher restaurant and someone spray paints, vandalizes it, and writes Zionist on it, and you said, oh, maybe it's a hate crime. And then if they use the word Jew, it's definitely a hate crime. We've just seen time and time again where the word Zionist is used as a proxy and for Jew, right? Where we've seen in our own city, kosher restaurants who've never made a political statement in their life, vandalized and spray painted Zionist and a Jewish star on it. Like, there should be no question that those would be hate crimes. And I think what you've delivered is sort of like the out, is saying the NYPD does not necessarily, if you just use the word Zionist instead of Jew, then you might be okay.
We have to follow the law. We have to follow the law. And the law does distinguish between, so a few things. One, it distinguishes between crimes because of one's religious identity and one's because of, let's call it a political viewpoint. I understand what you are saying, and I'm not naive about this. Of course, it may very well be the case, the person, when they vandalize that store and they say Zionist, that is an anti-Jewish hate crime. That is not lost on me. We have to be able to prove that. We have to be able to prove it. And we have to be able to prove it. And so that's the work of the Hate Crimes Task Force. And if we can prove that, we will charge it. We are not shy about doing that. But we also have to follow the law. And the law says it has to be able to prove that it's because of religious identity. So that's what we do. We are applying the law to the very best of our ability and investigating these cases very aggressively and very deliberately and very carefully so that we can charge hate crimes when we have the evidence.
I want to, Executive Director Wisdom, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you would model the report after the Biden administration, right? In their report, they have laid out examples of when the anti-Zionism crosses into anti-Semitism. They tried to make it explicit and clear. They used the Nexus document and the IRA definition to make clear, like, these are the examples of how the Jewish community is experiencing anti-Semitism. Do you expect that to be part of your work, laying out the examples so that the city knows that when you do spray paint Zionist as a slur, which it's not, on a kosher restaurant simply because it's kosher, that is in fact, from an educational standpoint, not from a prosecutorial standpoint, from an educational standpoint, are you including, do you plan to include any of those examples or that work in your report?
Thank you for the question, Chair Dinowitz. I want to clarify that we're modeling the process after the Biden White House process. Just waiting for your answer. And so that's just about who we're talking to, how we're talking to them, providing a framework. In terms of the actual layout of the document, I am not yet sure, but I do imagine that we will be getting into some of these trickier questions, and at least publishing a statement of sort of principles and values about what anti-Semitism is without using a specific definition.
Yeah, well, as you know, in the Biden administration, they didn't use a specific definition. They modeled it on those two definitions, which are good definitions. Obviously, the vast majority of the Jewish community values those two definitions. And yet schools like NYU, which a university here in New York City, that did lay out a number of examples where anti-Zionism is very clearly anti-Semitism, they have seen a decrease in anti-Semitic incidents, right? And so that's what I'm asking of you. If you're not addressing this issue in your report, because this is what people are reporting, that Zionist is a proxy for Jew, right? And this is very often where they get turned away by the patrol officers, which we've spoken about. I don't want to.
I do want to be clear, though, if I may. Of course, the Hate Crimes Task Force would investigate that. And again, if we have the evidence, we will charge it as a hate crime, anti-Jewish hate crime. But we need to have the evidence. We have to.
And I agree that we need to be contending with what are sort of the stickier examples of what constitute anti-Semitism. And I don't know yet what form that will take, but understand that this is the crux of this conversation and is one that we will certainly be addressing in one form or another.
Yeah, I mean, you now even have people saying Zio. That's the one, Zio, as like a slur. You
I believe David Duke invented that slur.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct, but you have people on all sides of the aisle using this white supremacist invented term as a slur against Jewish people. So I would impress upon you how important it is that this sort of language is outlined. And when we have seen it outlined and seen it identified as that, it gives people the confidence to know that if they report it, and it gives people the tools to know if they report it to the NYPD, it won't go unnoticed. It'll give them the confidence to go to the NYPD and report actual hate crimes, because again, there is significant under-reporting. And it's under-reporting because at times NYPD doesn't take it seriously, or at times they just don't feel that the city and the city agencies understand. Like, your work, the work you do individually and together, is critical in identifying and reporting. And I lastly want to ask about bias incidents. So Chair Vernikoff went through a few examples, and you highlighted that sometimes it's free speech and sometimes it's a hate crime. But regardless, calling someone an effing Jew is an act of bias, right? That's a bias incident.
Yes.
It's not clear to me how the NYPD defines bias versus hate crime. But the important thing is, for my question, it's a bias incident. No matter what the law says,
yes,
it is felt as a bias incident. What happens to those bias incidents? To where do they get reported, and where is that data?
So a few things are going to happen, right? So the community affairs is going to be notified. Notifications up the chain. And there'll be a notification to the Hate Crimes Task Force, which will look at the incident. Because there are two pieces to this, right? One, let's assume the facts are just that, right? It's just a slur, nothing else.
So a slur walking down the street, they report
nothing
it.
else, right? So it's not a crime without more, but there still may be a need for outreach, right? Community affairs following up with that individual, with the local school, the local shul, whatever it may be. So there's a community affairs piece because obviously that individual is going to be upset, the community is going to be upset, people may be concerned. So there's an outreach piece. Separately, there's the Hate Crimes Task Force opening a case to make sure we have the full picture of what happened.
But is the Hate Crimes Task Force really opening a case when it's a slur?
Well, they're going to go talk to the complainant to make sure there isn't anything else going on. So, because and to your point, right, and this is about trying to make it as easy as possible for complainants and engaging with complainants. You can imagine a situation in which initially you only hear about the slur, and then there's follow-up from trained detectives, and you learn more. This person was following me for several blocks. This person pushed me. I was actually trying to cross the street, and this person blocked me from crossing the street. Any number of things. You can easily imagine this happening, right? They focus on the slur because it's so jarring and hurtful and hateful. There are other things that have legal significance that the detectives elicit, and all of a sudden, actually, now you have a hate crime, right? Because if there's conduct that's married up with that, we're gonna, go make an arrest and charge a hate crime, if you see what I mean. So that's why it actually is really important for Hate Crimes Task Force to get these when they first come in, so they can have a full picture of the facts.
Yeah, so there's two separate things. I will say it again. I think it's worth an audit of the NYPD, worth retraining, because there are officers out there, and if it's more than zero, it's too many, who will hear this story, say, oh, someone called me the whatever word, and they'll say, well, there's no really crime committed, sorry. And then they'll turn them away. And of course, that discourages people from reporting anything at all. But in addition to that, the ones that don't include the harassment, the ones that don't include blocking and obstruction, the ones that don't include following them, is that data collected, and is it reported, and importantly, is it shared with the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, which would then address, all right, it's not a hate crime, but there is hate going on in the community, and their job is to address hate. So is that data collected?
Right, so that data of everything coming in to the Hate Crimes Task Force is what we are now reporting on for the first time, right? That's going to be in that universe of reported hate crimes, even though it's not going to pan. It may or may not pan out. If the facts are just a slur, nothing more, it's not going to pan out. It will not be confirmed as a hate crime, but it will be included in that universe of cases that the Hate Crimes Task Force opened. And then in terms of the data sharing, we do share with the, well, go ahead.
So in cases of violent hate crimes, crimes against persons, for instance, that is shared within 72 hours to OPHC for their outreach and work that they do. The metric is now going to be reported out, as the commissioner explained, but there is communication between the Hate Crime Task Force and OPHC in those cases of crimes against persons that rise.
All right. We as council members get outreach when a violent hate crime occurs. We don't get a notification when a hate crime occurs, which should change. And I have a bill on that, by the way. So I'll sign on. I'm going to move on to another round for Councilmember Felder, followed by Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Epstein.
Okay, thank you. I admire your persistence. No, I mean it. I mean very much, because it's a very complicated issue. It's just in my mind. It's so hard to get a permit, even to put up, some rides for the holiday. That just seems odd. So thank you for trying to. I want to go back to the question that the Chair Vernikoff and then I should say talked about what the distinctions between Zionist and Jew, and it's not to you, it's to my favorite person at the desk, because I know that she feels very, very left out of, so I just want to, it's not a question, so I just want to tell you that everything that I've read, I'm not a lawyer in any way, and I don't read much. In fact, I hire staff to read everything and give me bullet points, because if it would be, I'd be in school 50 years ago, ADHD, I would be like the king. So I just want to tell you that everything that I've read indicates that the mayor does not consider calling somebody a Zionist in any way hate speech. Let me correct that, erase, the equivalent of calling somebody a Jew. That calling somebody a Zionist and calling somebody a Jew are by no means in any way the same in any way. If you want, I can get you some more material that indicates that publicly. But second, when I asked you whether you experienced anti-Semitism, the example you gave me indicates that you never experienced anti-Semitism personally. You felt it. I'm not going to indicate about somebody's feelings in any way. I just will tell you what to me is experiencing anti-Semitism is a 4-year-old named Simcha Felder walking down the street and somebody knocking him to the ground and calling him an effing Jew. I didn't feel that. That was that. Or waking up one morning, coming outside as a 10-year-old and finding a swastika that was spray painted on our house. Yeah. So again, it's not a competition. I just really, really am bothered by the fact that you seem like a very nice person, and I'm not judging your character or how much hate you've encountered. Maybe there are other experiences, and I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't have been bothered by what you saw. But when we talk about anti-Semitism and hate in this city, I would just hope that you, in addition to running this area, that you have people on your staff that have actually personally really experienced hate and anti-Semitism physically and emotionally, it's just, I would hope so. That's all. So I want to thank the chairs for the hearing, and there are so many people here that have been waiting to testify, and unfortunately, again, we have other hearings that are, again, a conflict with the ones we have, and people are going to have to leave. So I'm going to give you back the 47 seconds that I took last time.
Did you want to respond, Ms. Wisdom?
Yeah, I completely appreciate what you're saying. I hope that someday you and I will have a chance to sit down and get to know each other, and I'll have more than 30 seconds to talk about my experiences with anti-Semitism beyond what's happened in the last 24 hours. But I take very seriously the safety of every single Jewish person in this city, across religiosity, identity, race, and understand very acutely the differences between how we experience anti-Semitism. But if my answer indicated to you that what I saw yesterday is the only experience I've had with anti-Semitism, I will clarify on the record that that's not the case.
Thank you, and I have some questions for the mayor's office. Ms. Wisdom, I think it's no secret that, and I speak on behalf of my community when I say that we are deeply dissatisfied with the way this mayor has handled anti-Semitism. That being said, I heard really great things about you personally and your character and your competence, and I do want to work with you and look forward to talking. I know we didn't have a chance to sit down, but I think that there's been virtually no information about this office that the public has been given. They don't know what this office is about, who is in charge. So we do have some questions for you. Can you talk a little bit about I'll skip because I know you're pressed for time. Just tell us, as executive director, can you tell us what your job is at this office?
Sure, I'm the executive director of the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism. It's an office that's just under a year old. We're building a staff right now. I have a deputy director who may have left to take a meeting for me. He's still here. And we will have more staff as well. Our role is, I read the text earlier from the executive order, but there is, a specific mandate for this office, which is to identify and develop efforts to eliminate anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hate, coordinate non-law enforcement responses to anti-Semitic incidents, which means sort of across city government, liaise with the Jewish community, law enforcement, and other agencies to improve reporting and victim services, and basically identifying policy and programming to prevent anti-Semitism and encourage Jewish safety and belonging across the city.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an office?
Yes, like a place where I sit. Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Is there a phone number that the public can use to contact you?
We each have landlines at our desks and government phones. There's not like a Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism specific number. And as I indicated before, we will be thinking through how to, when and if we make a website, indicate how the public can get in touch with us. Our office, though, is largely internal facing and doing this kind of coordination. So if New Yorkers want to, for example, report an incident, the NYPD is the number that they should call.
So I know you said you're in the process of building a website or you're talking about it, but currently, and this office has been functioning for, you said 6 weeks or so?
I started 6 weeks ago,
So
yes.
how do you currently, 6 weeks in office, I think every agency has functioning social media and ways to communicate with the public. If you don't have a phone number, don't have a website, how do you communicate with the public?
I think I'll have to check with my other Mayor's Office directors, but thinking, for example, of the Mayor's Office of Childcare, Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants, there will be some norming across this administration of how these mayor's offices communicate with the public. I don't believe either of those have social media either, but we understand why New Yorkers really want to be hearing from this office in particular and take that very seriously, and will be having conversations imminently about what the best way to do that is.
And when do you think that will happen?
I'm learning quickly that the speed of government is different than the speed of a small nonprofit, but I will get back to you as soon as I know.
Okay, thank you, we appreciate that. On his first day in office, Mayor Mamdani revoked a previous executive order pertaining to the definition of anti-Semitism. In light of the certification of the executive order, how does this office define anti-Semitism?
Thank you for that question. I know that's a hot one in the community. The first thing I'll say is that across city government, there is not a definition codified for any form of hate at all. So the way that we combat hate and that our colleagues in NYPD address these incidents is without a codified definition. That said, we understand broadly in the universe of civil rights and combating anti-Semitism it to be prejudice, violence, and discrimination against Jews because they are Jewish. We understand usually what that looks like, and we understand that our colleagues at CCHR, who deal with human rights law, and NYPD have their own definitions that are codified into law, or not definitions, but understandings that help them do their work to keep Jewish New Yorkers safe.
And does that include national origin?
I believe at CCHR, human rights law does cover national origin as a protected class, as well as religion.
Okay, so just to clarify, has the mayor's office replaced the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism with something else?
We don't believe there needs to be a codified definition at all, so we have the understanding I shared.
So is the policy of the mayor's office that we will not have a codified definition of anti-Semitism?
The policy of this administration is that we will continue to not have any codified definition of any form of hate.
So how are we supposed to identify anti-Semitic incidents and anti-Semitic hate crimes? And how is the mayor's office going to determine what is anti-Semitic if we don't have a definition?
I mean, I think what you're asking is a good question because it is hard, and these are sort of based, these determinations are based on the facts on the ground, just like they are with any other form of hate. When it comes to crime, again, NYPD and the DAs have their own methods for identifying anti-Semitic crime, but in terms of bias and hate, it's really sticky and extremely serious stuff, and it's case by case. But our understanding, again, is that when we're looking at prejudice, violence, and discrimination against Jews because they are Jewish, that is what we are trying to prevent through policy and programming that we will set up in this office.
Now, would you agree that it's difficult without a specific definition?
I think sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't, and that's the case, again, across forms of hate.
And who in the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism will make those determination whether or not something is or isn't anti-Semitic?
I believe that will be office-wide, but our work, again, is sort of, it's policy and programming, so by the time we get to a situation where something has happened, that is the purview of the NYPD, although we will, of course, be kept abreast and be in communication with them. But something the mayor said recently is that we've historically treated anti-Semitism, if it were medical, follow me on this metaphor, in the emergency room. And our work is actually more like the work of an internist. We are doing prevention work, we're ensuring best practice sharing and communication across government, but determining whether or not something is anti-Semitic is case by case, and even our office's involvement in it will be case by case.
But who is going to be determining what is and isn't anti-Semitic? Who in their office?
Our team.
And who is that?
I'm the head of this office, so it would.
I'm sorry?
I'm the head of this office, so I think me is the answer to that question.
Is the team just one individual?
The team
Yourself?
is right now 2, and depending on the outcome of the executive budget, will be 3 or 4 total, which is a 300 to 400% increase.
Okay, so, but who will be identifying, who will be deciding what is or isn't anti-Semitic?
I guess I'm having a hard time answering because, like, in what kind of situation would I be determining what is or isn't? The things that we will be planning and doing, policy, programming, will be based on the idea that anti-Semitism is prejudice, violence, or discrimination against Jews because they are Jewish. So.
Quiet, please.
Councilmember Felder, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So I have to remind everyone we have decorum here. Everyone here has the opportunity to testify, and right now the administration is testifying. And whether or not you like what they have to say, that is their testimony. And we as chairs and council members are asking questions of the administration. You will have the opportunity to testify, and in your 2 minutes, you will have the opportunity to share whatever you want as related to this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Wisdom. When hate crimes occur, do you think it's important for public officials to condemn them?
Yes,
It's just yes or no?
I think in general that when hate crimes occur, there are a lot of processes that should happen,
It's just yes or no. Do you think it's important to condemn them for public officials?
I unfortunately don't have a quick answer on that
They
because
may not
hate
be
crimes
important to
occur
condemn?
in this city every day, as far as I'm aware. So I think what rises to the level of public condemnation.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking if you think it's important to condemn hate crimes for public officials. It's just a
Yes,
simple yes or no.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And same goes for anti-Semitism?
Yes.
And you've seen, I assume, the many, many anti-Semitic incidents that have occurred, at the very least, since you've been executive director of this office?
Yes, I've
Yes,
seen
and-
anti-Semitic.
And has the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism condemned any of these anti-Semitic hate crimes?
We have, again, we're thinking about what our public presence is, but when asked by the press or when given an opportunity to comment publicly, yes.
Where can we see that? There's no website, there's no social media, there's no X page. Where does the public get to see these condemnations? And could you give me some examples of anti-Semitic hate crimes that the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism has condemned?
Thus far, those have been in the form of press statements because, as you've said, we don't have public-facing communications like other mayor's offices at the moment, and do agree that it's important that the public knows our position on the horrors of the anti-Semitic hate crimes. And so in addition to right now answering questions about them in the press or sending statements, we will be thinking through other channels of communication to communicate that.
And who's responding to the press in this office? I assume it's you because you said that you are the only member of the office currently?
No, there are two of us,
Oh,
I said.
okay, I apologize.
And we have a comms team in City Hall.
Okay, could you send us some of the statements that you've made condemning anti-Semitic incidents? We would appreciate that because I haven't seen anything. And when we did a Google search, like my colleague mentioned, we didn't find anything from the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism.
Sure, I'll have our comms office pull that.
Do you plan to release any reports on the work that you're doing? And if so, could you just tell us what kind of reports?
Sure. So as I indicated before, we're doing a listening tour at the beginning of our work in this administration, and the first thing we'll be producing is sort of a public-facing document reporting on what we learned from that, and then also plan to be publishing something that is like the anti-Semitism strategy. I think we had planned to, in this first iteration, do so, including suggestions for investments, policy, and programming, but because of where we are in the budget cycle, that won't be right away after we conduct this listening tour, but we do plan to produce a report following that, and then I imagine over the next 4 years, additional reports as we learn what's needed.
Thank you. And have you reached out to any of the district attorneys to discuss anti-Semitic hate crimes or anti-Semitism in general, or your work?
So far, this office has a relationship with DA Bragg's office, but do plan to reach out to other district attorneys for sure.
Okay. The 2025 Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism report recommended capital funding for physical security to protect against vehicle attacks and others at vulnerable Jewish institutions. Can you confirm if this specific infrastructure funding is prioritized and fully accounted for in the mayor's upcoming executive capital budget?
I can't yet speak to the outcomes of the executive budget conversations, but I know that we are having conversations about hard security, including things like bollards.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm actually talking about. So is that something that this office
We're in discussion
supports?
about it.
Okay. Could you let us know what? Thank you. Are you aware of the incident I discussed earlier with the NYPD, the incident that took place in my district, where protesters marched down a street past the synagogue and a daycare center and chanted and intimidated worshipers and children and their parents. And as a result, parents don't feel that their children are safe. Are you aware of this incident?
I'm aware of the incident, yeah.
Okay. And when did you become aware of it?
I believe yesterday or the day before,
Okay.
early this week.
So in situations like this, could you tell us a little bit about what the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism does? Do they condemn it? What do they do after incidents like this take place?
So in some incidents like this, where there's been something that was traumatizing to a community, we've gone and met with those who are impacted. One example of this is an Israeli kosher restaurant on the Upper East Side. After there was an incident there, we went and talked about what they needed and offered support, made sure to connect them with the NYPD, in fact, called and sort of tried to ensure a speedy response from the NYPD. Some of this is about what we know. So as we build this office and our infrastructure and our reporting relationships with other agencies, I expect we will be sort of fine-tuning this reporting in and our relationship to incidents that happen, but it's definitely our intention to build relationships with anyone who is impacted by something scary that happens to them.
And then once you talk to these individuals and victims, and by the way, we welcome you in our district, and I don't know if you've reached out to any of the parents or the community?
No, not yet, but I'd welcome being connected.
Okay. What is it that you would do after that, following speaking to victims? Like, would you advocate for the NYPD to prosecute, or like, what action do you take after that?
So the NYPD's processes are certainly their own, but if they haven't yet reported, we would recommend that they report, either to NYPD if there's something criminal, if there's discrimination, to CCHR, would talk to all of our colleagues about what the best government approach is. But sometimes, as we've heard here, there are things that are upsetting and traumatizing that don't rise to the level of crime. And in that case, it's talking through connecting to community supports, keeping in touch about prevention of future incidents, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you, and we look forward to working with you and being in touch.
You too, thank you.
Councilman Brewer.
Thank you very much. For Mr. Gerber, on the west side, as you can imagine, the 2-4 is helpful, the 2-0, Central Park, certainly Midtown North, and certainly the DA's office. And we do get way too many paint on Jewish restaurants. We get tons of swastikas on benches in the park, and graffiti, way too much of it that's anti-Semitic. But two issues. There is confusion. Obviously, if it's a violent crime, we're going to call 911 on any topic. But there is some confusion about whether people call 311 or they call 911. And we tell people, because we've had so many, stay on the site. Don't leave until NYPD arrives, no matter what you've called. NYPD takes a report, takes photographs, and then, of course, unfortunately, in some cases, we've had this problem, people erase whatever the issue is. We try, do not do that. So that first question is 311-911. Second issue is when that happens, it's obviously hurtful and horrible. People want to know what happens to their report. Now, you obviously have a bias, you have a anti-Semitic, you don't know exactly legally, but how can those who report hate crimes and even bias incidents under this two-tiered program now, obviously we're looking at hate graffiti traditionally, and how can they know the results of any investigatory process for a particular incident? How do they know what happened to their efforts?
Take this. Thank you very much for your question, Councilmember.
Thank you.
So when 911 or 311 are called, please respond to the scene, take a report, and the possible bias procedure is implemented. And obviously there's a hate component. That case is then investigated actively by the Hate Crime Task Force. Obviously, in an incident that you outlined that would be a swastika on real property, obviously a video canvass would be conducted, interviews would be conducted, witness canvasses would be conducted, and we'd extend those to look for the best possible probative image of who committed such a crime. As the investigation progresses from inception to conclusion, obviously the custodian of that property would be contacted, and obviously there would be conversations including and not limited to the cost to clean that up, and requests for video footage if they were custodians of the video in that building. As the investigation progresses, and if we were to make an arrest in that situation, they would be notified by the investigator from the Hate Crime Task Force that is progressing with the investigation and affecting that arrest, because for prosecutorial purposes, that deponent or custodian of video or reporter whose building was defaced would then have to proceed in the criminal justice system with the DA's office.
Then say, for instance, it was a passerby who noticed it, who did exactly what you suggested, 311, 911, stayed on the scene. They wouldn't necessarily know because they don't live in the building. They're not the custodian, right?
Correct.
Is there some way we could have that information be available as time goes on so that they do know? I don't know, wouldn't be in every case, but that is the question that we get. What happens after I did what I thought was my civic duty?
I think it's a fair point. I think it's a little bit complicated, right, when you're talking about sharing information and ongoing investigation.
It will be the very end of the conclusion.
Yeah, but I take what you're saying. I think it sounds like what you're saying is, or we should think about for the case detective, right? Certainly in a situation where an arrest has been made.
Yes.
Right? Letting
Unfortunately,
people
many
know.
cases, no arrest, many cases. So.
Right, but arrest or no arrest, but basically the case has come to conclusion.
Correct.
Hey, letting people know what happened and not thinking about it just in terms of the complainant, but also witnesses who, to your point, the witness who identified something, did the right thing, is invested, and they want to hear. I think it's a very fair point, and we can definitely take that back.
I would
to the
appreciate that,
detectives.
because that is, again, people feel better when they know that something happened. Obviously, if it's a horrific situation, they're going to get information.
Sure,
I'm
but-
talking about the swastika on the building, it disappears, they don't know if the person was arrested, they don't know what happened. So yes, if we could figure out some way of tracking that's appropriate for your work, but also for the public, I think that would be terrific. I'd love to hear back on it.
Yeah, point very well taken.
Thank you very much.
That concludes the administration testimony for this hearing. I want to thank the NYPD, the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, and District Attorney Gonzalez for their testimony, for answering our questions today, and for being working partners to combat anti-Semitism here in our city. We will soon call the public session. As a reminder, if you would like to testify in person, you must fill out a slip with the sergeant in the back of the room, and we will be calling those names shortly. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess, everyone. 5-minute recess. Thank you.
I guess we'll reconvene later.
Everyone should. I want to decompress.
I'll catch you later. Hey, good looking out, boss. Gary's forgiven.
I know you're here.
Gary's
Okay.
note.
Oh yeah, but that note was insane. I know. No, thank you. No more you. Okay. You're stressed that this didn't go up. This is the job. It's my job. Listen, all kidding aside.
It's off. Check, check.
Guys, if we could keep this area clear. Keep this area clear, please. Conversations outside. You know where to find me. Please take the conversation outside.
Ina. Very important. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I would like to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding. And before you testify, a reminder that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public and spectators shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing recording. As a reminder, if you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, reporting on anti-Semitic hate crimes and bias incidents in New York City. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. I will now call the first panel: Ruth Lichtenstein, Hillary Stuchin, Brandon Pinsner, and Scott Richmond. Reminder that when you testify, please state your name and, if you're with an organization, your organization for the record. We'll go from my right to my left, so Ruth, you will begin. Again, please state your name for the record. And a reminder, testimony is limited to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Ruth Lichtenstein, Project Witness, Holocaust Education Research Center, Brooklyn, New York. Okay. So let me introduce myself and what am I doing here. I think that it will be easier if I'll share with you one picture. And this is a picture of my half-brother, one of 1.5 million children who were murdered in the Holocaust. He was murdered in Auschwitz 4 months before liberation. Saying that, I am a proud daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors. While my mother spoke, my father did not. Whatever he did not, he put in writing. And I learned from his silence, he left me a will. And in the will, I just want to share with you 2 lines. We cannot correct these wrongs, but we can and must recount for those in the future who will come after us, so that our memories are not going to disappear into the abyss of the forgotten. Saying that, there is no need to explain today about spread of anti-Semitism. We heard now for a long time a very, very, very important discussion about what could be done about hate crime. But I believe that having the experience with relationship with different organizations, if this is in New York State, if this is New York City, if this is across the United States, or if this is in Europe or in other locations in the world. Anti-Semitism today, if we want to fight it, number 1, number 2, number 3 is education. And we need your help in order to move things the way that it should be. This is a must. This is something that we cannot rely anymore to what is going on in the public school system, and I am saying it as somebody who has a long experience with the administration.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Chair Vernikov, Chair Dinowitz, and members of the task force, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the urgent matter of data and reporting of anti-Semitic incidents in New York City. My name is Scott Richmond, and I'm honored to serve as the Regional Director for ADL's New York and New Jersey region. ADL is the leading anti-hate organization in the world, dedicated since 1913 to fighting against anti-Semitism and securing justice and fair treatment to all. A core part of the work of my team is tracking and responding to anti-Semitic incidents. From that, we know firsthand that we face an alarming situation in New York City. Consistently, the city with more anti-Semitic incidents than any other city across the nation by far. This was the case before October 7, 2023, and our most recent audit shows that number nearly tripled in the post-10/7 period. Data drives policy. These statistics are therefore critical to countering anti-Semitism and hate, and yet we know that they represent only part of the picture. Experts widely agree that hate crimes and hate incidents are significantly underreported. Barriers to reporting exist for many communities, particularly marginalized communities, ranging from language barriers to fear of retaliation to a perception that authorities will not take the incident seriously or be able to respond. Compounding the problem is the fact that the NYPD statistics capture only criminal conduct. Yet the vast majority of anti-Semitic acts to which we track and respond do not rise to the level of a crime. And while the New York City Commission on Human Rights does track discrimination complaints on the basis of, quote, creed, close quote, the data is not broken out based on religious affiliation, so we do not know how many of these incidents are actually anti-Jewish. To bridge the gaps, we strongly support Speaker Menin's proposal to establish a dedicated hotline to report incidents to the New York City Commission on Human Rights, but this must include a breakdown by bias type to allow us to better resource the threat. We encourage this task force to consider additional avenues of data collection and information sharing between city agencies, such as the New York City Public Schools. The establishment of this task force is an important first step. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Dinowitz and Vernikov, task force members. Thank you very much for convening this very important hearing. My name is Brandon Pinsker, and I am the Acting Director of American Jewish Committee's New York Regional Office, AJC New York. I also want to thank Commissioner Jessica Tisch for responding to concerns about the NYPD's hate crimes reporting and for restoring and ensuring the publication of both reported incidents and confirmed cases. This was the right decision. These two data points serve different purposes. Reported incidents give us a real-time picture of what communities are experiencing. Confirmed cases reflect the legal standard after investigation. We need both to understand trends, respond early, and maintain public trust. Even with that correction, it's important to be clear. Hate crimes data captures only part of what's happening. Many incidents, as we know, are never reported. Others don't meet the formal classification threshold. The numbers we discuss are incomplete by definition. That's why perception and behavior matters just as much as incident counts. According to AJC's State of Anti-Semitism in America report released earlier this year, in 2025, 56% of New York Jews have changed their behavior out of fear of anti-Semitism. That means avoiding Jewish synagogues and institutions, removing one's yarmulke or Star of David necklace. In 2021, that number was 36%. So in the past 4 years, we've seen a 20% increase in people fearing being Jewish and displaying that behavior. But it's not just a statistic. It's how people move through the world, their daily lives here in New York City, the city with almost 1 million Jews. We need to be honest about where we are. Anti-Semitism is not just rising, it is becoming normalized. This is the line we cannot afford to ignore. On behalf of AJC, thank you, and we look forward to being constructive partners in the work ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chairs Dinowitz, Vernikov, Councilmember Brewer, for being here, holding this hearing that is just of such importance to our community. I'm Hillary Stuchin. I'm Government Relations Director at UJA. I'm proud to represent us today. So First, we just want to appreciate the creation of this task force to begin with, to help address the issue of anti-Semitism in New York. We're so happy that it is being recognized as such a major issue among this council. Because while we've seen a decrease in violent crime, we do know that anti-Semitism has only surged, and this must be addressed. We do recognize Commissioner Tisch for rolling back the NYPD hate and bias reporting changes. Limiting those reports to only confirmed hate crimes would have created a false sense of security while diminishing the transparency and representation of anti-Semitism in New York City. But we do know that hate crimes remain underreported. And to achieve a better understanding of the range of incidents, we recommend and stand with many of our colleagues in this, in the following. So the council must urge the administration to increase reporting mechanisms and data sharing between city agencies so we can get a fuller picture of everything. The Commission of Human Rights should detail its data related to discrimination based on creed, as noted by ADL. Breaking out incidents by religion will help clarify threats against different faith groups and provide a more complete picture again. Council should prioritize the implementation of Speaker's proposal for dedicated hotline at the Commission on Human Rights. And with the Jewish community increasingly under threat, we further encourage that the data collected include a breakdown by bias type to facilitate analysis. And finally, we also urge the city to increase educational resources and victim support in communities that are underserved. It's critical that the Jewish community and actually all communities across New York City feel safe, protected, and supported. We look forward to partnering with this task force in its efforts to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, and I encourage us to continue the conversation because as you were hearing during the committee and as you are testifying, there's a lot of room for data sharing, there's a lot of room to improve reporting, whether it's through the DA's office and the NYPD or through the Commission of Human Rights, disaggregating certain data would certainly be helpful. And we look forward to continuing these conversations with you about ways to increase transparency and data sharing and data reporting to address this really serious crisis in our city. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for being here. I will call the next panel, Gerard Filiti, Alan Schneier, Avram Malachowski, and Moshe Spern. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Vernikov, Chair Dinowitz, and the task force for this opportunity to speak. My name is Gerard Filiti. I'm a civil rights attorney and senior counsel at the Lawfare Project, as well as counsel for the End Jew Hatred Civil Rights Movement, where I work on a daily basis with victims of hate crime, including in New York City. From what I've seen over the last many years, there is a significant disparity in how Jewish victims are treated under the law and the consequences that are imposed on their attackers, and this is a major problem. The biggest deterrent that we see is when consequences are imposed on acts of hate targeting a minority community, and we're just not seeing that in New York City. It seems to be a structural problem between NYPD and some of the DA's offices. And that's best highlighted by the number of cases that have been taken on by the Federal Justice Department when DA Alvin Bragg or other district attorneys have not actually moved forward with prosecutions on clear-cut acts of violence against Jews. This is also an issue that we're seeing with NYPD, where there seems to be some misunderstanding or intentional misreading of laws that do not give them the best ability to pursue charges in instances that should be very clear-cut, as we saw at Park East Synagogue, again requiring the federal government to step in. So I would ask that this task force and the City Council work closely to figure out and impose more clarity and more transparency on how the NYPD and the district attorney's offices are actually handling these hate crimes in reality, because the testimony that we often hear from their officials seems to be that they're doing everything they can, when that, in my experience as an attorney working with hate crime victims, is simply not the case.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Shiner. I'm a senior litigation counsel at the National Jewish Advocacy Center. We are a nonprofit law firm litigating against anti-Semitic discrimination, violence, and terrorism. NYPD data shows that on average, Jewish New Yorkers are the victim of hate crimes nearly every day, 6 out of 7 days per week. More broadly, recent weeks have seen bomb and gun attacks on synagogues in the UK and Canada. And in March, in Michigan, a Jewish synagogue and preschool was attacked by a gunman driving a car bomb that could have killed dozens of children. One result of the campaign of violence against Jews is fear that I've seen in my daily work at NJAC. Many Jews are afraid to publicly identify as Jewish or to speak up in defense of Jewish rights in their workplace or at school or on social media or in public spaces. Although the mayor has acknowledged the hate crime statistics, his response does not match the data. The city has shown indifference to the heightened particular peril faced by Jewish New Yorkers, and that indifference reflects bias and threatens Jewish safety and Jewish lives. Among many other things, the NYPD stood by as 2 synagogues were besieged by mobs threatening harm, engaged in menacing and harassment. If the NYPD believes that to yell threats at Jews within sight and sound of worshipers is protected, First Amendment activity, and lawful, they are mistaken about the law. The mayor has not yet signed the City Council's very modest legislation calling for reporting on the protection of houses of worship. I want to note also, today is Yom Ha'atzmaut, Israel's Independence Day, celebrating the declaration and legal recognition of the State of Israel 78 years ago. Today, my office received reliable reports of Jewish schools in the United States being closed due to bomb threats. That is not a coincidence. Many like to pretend that crimes motivated by hatred of Israel are not anti-Semitic, but that is a grave error. Anti-Zionism is the most common species of anti-Semitism today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Vernikov, Chair Dinowitz, my name is Avraham Malachowski. I am here representing the Auschwitz Jewish Center Foundation. We come first to express our appreciation. Speaker Menning's decision to establish the task force was not symbolic, it was necessary. Anti-Semitism in New York City is not abstract. It is measurable, visible, and to too many in our community lived. The data is clear, the incidents are real, the impact has been profound on students, families, and institutions across our city. The task force sends an important signal that the council recognizes both the scale of the issue and the responsibility to confront it. That matters. The Auschwitz Jewish Center Foundation has been proud to partner with this council in that effort. Through our Decode Hate program, together, we are currently reaching nearly 30,000 middle and high school students throughout New York City's public school this academic year, providing them with the tools to recognize, understand, and confront anti-Semitism and hate in the environments where it lives increasingly online. That work is ongoing, it is structured, and it is delivering results. But education alone is not enough. Addressing anti-Semitism requires enforcement, accountability, and sustained institutional leadership. That is the role this task force has been thankfully employed to play. We are here today to say clearly, we stand with you and we're ready to support you in that work. We view this body not only as necessary, but essential to ensuring that the response to anti-Semitism in the city is coordinated, serious, and sustained. We look forward to working with you, this body, and helping wherever it is possible to ensure your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Spurn.
Hi, Moshe Spurn. I'm an educator and a Jewish community advocate. And I sit here before you, Councilwoman Vernikov, Councilman Dinowitz, as someone who personally experienced anti-Semitism right before October 7th. I'm an educator teaching a classroom when a student stood up and for the first time in my career had done something anti-Semitic to me by doing a gesture of a Hail Hitler. And that in itself was very, very, very traumatic. A week later, October 7th happened. And of course, as you both know, that sort of opened up my advocacy. My principal did nothing wrong, reported it to the right places, did everything right, consulted with me, investigated, and everything was done by the book. And I know this because when I reported this incident to the Adams administration, the borough safety director of Queens reached out to my principal. My principal was quite surprised. He didn't know that I had reported this. And he wanted to make sure he did everything right. He was told he did. But I was never interviewed by NYPD. There was never any follow-up from anyone in the superintendent or DOE office. In the last couple of years, for the first time in a school that I've been in for over 12 years, we've had multiple swastikas in our school. And it's not just, as you both know, people come to me about anti-Semitism in their schools. This was the first time I was dealing it within my own school, one in which I discovered that a student had shown me, and I shared it with the administration, NYPD was called in, I was interviewed a couple times. The point that I'm making is when I found out other schools within my superintendency were dealing with the same issue, I reached out to my superintendent, who then directed me that he was taking guidance from the Meeting the Moment in the Chancellor's Office of New York City Schools. When I reached out to them, I got silence. That continues to happen in New York City public schools. When you report things to the people on top, there is silence, there is no help. As we both know with Sammy Steigman, who was denied speaking in a school initially, when I reached out, this would not have ever hit the media had I been responded to by the superintendent of that district. The point is, the people in power never listen.
Thank you, Mr. Spirn. I just have one question for Mr. Filiti. Mr. Filiti, as the civil rights attorney, after listening to the testimony from city agencies this afternoon and the NYPD, and the DA's offices, do you believe they're limited in their ability to investigate and prosecute hate crimes?
I think that they're only limited by the lack or presence of political will. I'll give you two examples. One is the application of Penal Code 240.20. Excuse me, I need my glasses for this. 240.21, which you read verbatim into the record, and 240.70, which is also a New York Penal Code about protests at synagogues and house of worship. Now, when we saw the Park East protests directly targeting and meant to intimidate people who were attending religious service at Park East Synagogue, those could have been pursued as criminal charges by NYPD. They were not. There's never been a clear explanation given as to why they were not. Instead, they're leaving it to the federal government to come into what is essentially a city prosecution on a state law case. And the other example that really strikes a nerve is the example of Zionist written on, graffitied onto a restaurant that has kosher food. The problem there is that this is not a question. This is not an open-ended question. This is a question that should be resolved in favor of the finding of an attempt to commit a crime on the basis of either religion, ancestry, or national origin. Because when you have that combination of a kosher restaurant and Zionist, which is understood by most to be a component of Jewish identity, that is something that should be de facto and primarily identified as a potential hate crime and investigated as such. The fact that we're not seeing NYPD provide clear answers leads to questions as to whether they actually have guidance. And I encourage this task force to get those answers in the sense of what guidance NYPD has, what materials they use in order to make these determinations, and how they come to them, because as a matter of law, a lot of these determinations are questionable and probably wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony, your expertise, sharing your expertise with us and sharing your experiences. We will definitely do our very best to follow up, to hold individuals accountable, and to take action. Thank you. This panel is excused. And now I will call the next panel: Jack Lester, Karen Feldman, Avi Posnick, Moshe Davis, and Leo Ferguson.
No.
You can begin.
Hello, Chairs Dinowitz and Chair Vernikoff and council members. My name is Leo Ferguson. I am the scholar in residence at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, on behalf of whom I'm testifying. I'm not going to repeat the statistics. We all agree that hate crimes are rising and that even one is too many. The only real question is, what are we going to do about it? At the outset of this hearing, Chair Dinowitz said, we will not be the government of inaction, but that's largely what we've had for as long as I've been doing this work. I have been to many hearings like this one. I have heard a lot of zero tolerance rhetoric. I've heard the NYPD testify over and over again about all the things that they are doing, and that entire time I have just watched the numbers go up and up and up. We don't get any actual, real, effective policy. New Yorkers deserve to have hate violence taken seriously and deserve policy solutions that make them safer. It is difficult to understand how we're going to get real effective policy when, unfortunately, very unfortunately, you have a co-chair of this committee who has spouted an ongoing litany of bigoted and egregious statements directed at Muslims, about queer New Yorkers, and even about other Jews. That Councilmember Vernikoff is the co-chair of a committee that is ostensibly dedicated to fighting hate undermines the credibility of this committee and makes it hard to see it as anything but an attempt to separate and alienate Jews from the rest of New York, something that can only serve the interest of anti-Semites. There is no safety for New York's Jewish community that does not include safety and respect for all of New York's communities. Since our mayor has been giving us a masterclass in what democratic socialism can accomplish for the city, it's worth remembering that anti-Semitism has famously been called the socialism of fools. Well, substituting empty publicity stunts and rhetoric for good evidence-based policy is the hate violence prevention of fools. I have unfortunately watched the co-chairs here demonstrate their ignorance of even the most basic facts about how hate crimes are charged. I haven't heard a single word about any kind of serious, rigorous policy response that would serve the 1 million Jews who live in the city. This is not a serious committee, and unfortunately, I don't think the co-chairs are serious people. New York's Jewish community deserves much better.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Karen Feldman, and I am a veteran New York City public school teacher, educational coordinator at the Gevurah Fund, and co-founder of the New York City Public School Alliance. For nearly a decade, I have documented anti-Semitism in our public schools, something students, educators, and families are now confronting every day. I recognize this hearing is not a focus specifically on education, but I'm here to share what I've witnessed firsthand, both in the classroom and through my work with the New York City Public School Alliance. I also want to acknowledge the New York City Public School Alliance's joint report with NCRI, Entryism, the Rise of Anti-Semitism, Anti-Israel, and Anti-American Bias in the New York City Public Schools. It reflects and defines what we are seeing across the system. Anti-Semitism among the youth is rising at an alarming rate. It is becoming embedded in school environments, often goes underreported, and it is not being addressed with the seriousness it demands. For example, a student at Wagner High School in Staten Island was repeatedly called a dirty Jew. He reported the incident, completed the proper documentation, trusting it would be handled appropriately in school. Instead, the report was misfiled as a non-bias incident, and it never received the investigation it warranted. Therefore, he reached out to me for guidance and help. As Rabbi Jonathan Sacks of blessed memory warned, anti-Semitism is a mutating virus. Today, we are seeing that mutation as anti-Zionism, often disguised as social justice. Since October 7th, 2023, the New York City Public School Alliance has collected over 11,000 pieces of evidence. The patterns are consistent, widespread, and deeply concerning. Jewish students report being called slurs such as Jew dog, baby killers. In addition, being accused of I am happy to provide the needed documentation for future hearings from these reports.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Vernikoff and Chair Dinowitz. Thank you for convening this important hearing, and thank you for Speaker Menon for your leadership in establishing this task force. My name is Avi Posnick. I'm the Northeast Director for Stand With Us, an international organization that educates and empowers students and communities to fight anti-Semitism. We've all seen the number of anti-Semitic incidents that have occurred here in New York City since January. We have seen the recent videos from Williamsburg and Borough Park of Jews being harassed and assaulted. We are grateful to NYPD for responding and investigating. However, we're not only concerned about the documented incidents that have been shared by NYPD, but we have also seen a general climate of anti-Semitism growing. Examples of this include people walking past the 92nd Street Y saying Jews are controlling everything, a delivery worker telling my colleague that Jews only listen to money, protesters standing outside the 2nd Avenue Deli, a Jewish-owned restaurant, because they don't like Israel. All of these have happened since January 2026, and there are many more examples. Here in New York City and across this country, it is socially acceptable to be anti-Semitic. That attitude and climate need to change. Stand With Us is on the forefront of empowering the next generation, and we are here to work together with our leaders and policymakers. Holding this hearing and others is an important step, and again, I thank the chairs for this task force. I would also like to suggest the following. Like all groups, Jews must be the ones who define their own experiences of oppression. Jews alone must have the right to define how they experience anti-Semitism. A clear, universally accepted definition would help to ensure modern-day anti-Semitism is able to be identified and addressed. This would be a helpful guide, keyword being guide, for DAs, police, educators, and more. Finally, there needs to be accountability, not just for those who commit violent acts, though our DAs need to be tough on those as well, but for nonviolent, anti-Semitic, or other hateful acts. Thank you again for holding this hearing, and Stand With Us looks forward to working with the council and others to combat anti-Semitism here in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Jack Lester. First of all, I would like to thank the committee and Council Member Vernikoff for convening this hearing. It was somewhat illuminating, but somewhat troubling to sit through the testimony this morning from the governmental officials who were tasked with the responsibility of responding to anti-Semitism. I think we heard a lot of kind of misdirection and avoidance of these central issues. But there were 5 issues that all governmental officials agreed upon. They agreed upon accountability, they agreed upon sufficient resources, they agreed upon that this should be a priority in terms of how the government treats hate crime. They agreed that there should be follow-up on disposition. But where they did not agree, and where I was somewhat troubled, and I think Councilmember Felder, in his advocacy, perhaps a little bit overzealous, he identified the problem which I think exists under this mayor, is how do we identify anti-Semitism? I am a former prosecutor. I prosecuted anti-bias crimes during the height of the Howard Beach case, which some of you may not recall, but there was a wave of anti-black violence in Howard Beach in Queens County, and we formed an anti-bias unit to respond to that. There was pushback against that unit from the NYPD and from the many district attorney's office, because they said, what evidence do you have? And I think Councilmember Vernikoff, you put a very good question, if I just may finish. You put a very good question to the NYPD representative, is how do you identify anti-Semitism? And he could not answer that question,
Thank
and
you.
the mayoral's rep could not answer that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, I'm Moshe Davis, and I serve as the founding executive director of the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism. Thank you, Co-Chair Vernikoff, for convening this meeting, and I'm pleased to lead the nation's first municipal office dedicated solely to confronting anti-Jewish hate through policy, enforcement, and education. Our goal is to prove that while government cannot eradicate centuries-old hatred, we can create policy, enforce the law, and speak with moral clarity. Anti-Semitism is not only a Jewish problem and cannot be fought with nice statements and snippy videos. It's a public safety crisis that demands municipal action. We established the MoCA Interagency Task Force, spanning more than 35 city agencies, to address incidents within city government and develop agency-specific policies. We advanced the legislative agenda to protect all New Yorkers from unruly demonstrations of hate. And Mayor Adams signed 4 executive orders to protect Jewish New Yorkers. At the end of 2025, our office published the first annual MoCA report documenting the work we've done and to ensure this work continues. I'm glad this council has taken up legislative proposals from our 2026 agenda and convened this task force. But I am disappointed that this current mayoral administration has revoked 2 of those executive orders that were there to protect the Jewish community. The first, defining anti-Semitism, And the second, prohibiting the discriminatory boycotting of New York City companies because of their perceived ties to Israel. You cannot ensure the safety of Jewish New Yorkers while remaining willfully blind to the sources of the hatred directed at them. The Mocha Report provides a roadmap for understanding that hatred, and it includes legislative priorities, plans for crucial safety infrastructure, like security bollards at vulnerable institutions, citywide trainings, and I urge this council and this administration to keep building on that foundation so that every New Yorker is safe in our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and Chag Sameach.
Thank you very much, and I just have a few questions for Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, as former executive director of the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism, can you talk a little bit about how the IRA definition of anti-Semitism was essential for that office's policy framework?
Yeah, sure. One of the first things we did in the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism was create this executive order to use the IRA definition of anti-Semitism as part of our framework. And the reason for that is it's an educational framework to help others understand how does the Jewish community experience anti-Semitism? Where does it come from and how does it work? And it's based off of the 3 Ds, delegitimization, dehumanization, and demonization, and double standards of Israel and the Jewish people. Now I'll explain. Is that most of the hatred that we see directed toward Jewish people in the past few years, really since October 7th, is that it comes from anti-Israel rhetoric, propaganda, that is being turned into hatred against Jews and to their relationship with their ancient homeland. And if we're not going to understand where that hatred is coming from, it's going to be very hard to create policy and legislative frameworks to be able to combat that hate.
And how does that rhetoric that delegitimizes or demonizes Israel translate into tangible violence?
We've seen acts of hatred happening across the world, from Bondi Beach, where people were celebrating a Hanukkah celebration, and someone was there to, for the Zionist cause, wanted to kill Jews. He didn't come to look at their political beliefs. He didn't come to look at what they are, actually doing. They were being Jewish people, and therefore he was coming to kill them. Same things happened in Michigan, D.C., and in New York City itself. We've seen many incidents in where people have been engaging in anti-Semitic propaganda through their anti-Israel political behavior.
Thank you very much, and thank you, every one of you, for coming here today and for your testimony and for patiently waiting.
Next panel is Abraham Susan, Karen Bale, Natasha Severin, Zachary Winters, and Ira Chazan.
If you don't have it, it's
not clean.
All right, you may begin when ready. As a reminder, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Abraham Susan. I wasn't planning on being here today. I didn't know about the task force until about 24 hours ago. I am the father of 2 young kids, ages 2 and 5. And a lifelong Brooklynite. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, from South Brooklyn, from the Midwood Gravesend location. I grew up there, and now I send my kids to a school down there. On Monday, April 20th, an incident occurred that shattered my belief that Brooklyn, New York as a whole, is a safe place to raise a family, let alone any family, not just a Jewish family, but it was shattered. When I arrived for preschool dismissal, this is around 5:50 p.m., most parents, they take, they work, they pick up their kids a little bit later, some at 4, some need to work a little bit longer, so they have until 6. I do so every day. I go pick them up with my car. I encountered, when going to dismissal, I encountered a mob. I'm not going to call them, they're protesters, quote unquote, but it was a mob-like protests. Their faces were covered with keffiyehs, with the ski masks. They're waving flags, these flags that represent extremist groups. They're chanting anti-Jewish, anti-Israel slogans, effectively, creating a menacing environment at the doorstep of a school. So Michael Gerber was sitting right where I was sitting, right? And he was saying, oh, the video doesn't represent, I see them walking. My vehicle could not pass because the crowd was so big. It spilled over into the street. I got the attention of an officer wearing a white shirt with all the badging, and they could not be bothered. I will continue if you let me. The group was, directly on the footstep of the school. They were shouting at staff and children, intimidating them. My toddlers were forced to walk through a wall of fear and terror.
Abram, just as a reminder, you can submit your testimony in writing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
One last message. I just want it to be that schools are off limits. There's no buffer zone. There's no
Thank you.
manage.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, and then you can begin.
Okay, thanks. Dear members of the council, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Karen Bale. I'm a parent, educator, civic leader, and someone who's worked for the education system for 25 years, and the proud granddaughter of 2 Holocaust survivors. Anti-Semitism is not new, and it's not coming from our youth or social media. What is different now is how it's being normalized and how people are becoming afraid to speak up. Hiding behind the word Zionist to say hateful things about Jews is hatred. This is not about sides, and when speech turns into harassment and leads to real-world behavior, we've crossed the line. NYPD resources are constantly being used for daily protests. I'm curious, is there data on that? We're seeing swastikas in public places where children play, in the lake where I walk, children being targeted, pouring milk onto a child's meat sandwich to mock religious identity, kids screaming Free Palestine and have no idea what it means. This is happening now in our community and in our schools. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And lining the streets near a high school, Francis Lewis, 6,000 students attend. I documented posters reading "Murdered by Israel" lining the streets to resemble those of the hostage posters. It took weeks to get them removed. At the same time, there's a bulletin board inside that school celebrating Linda Sarsour. At MS 447 in Brooklyn, activists align materials that are connected to the mayor's office are used in art lessons while Holocaust survivors are denied opportunities to speak. So what messages are we sending our children? The Holocaust was a systematic attempt to eliminate the Jewish people, and the term genocide was created to describe it, and this is very personal to me. So, I want to just address Resolution 95 because I'm going to lose my time soon. It was described as unanimous. It was not. Not every council member supported it. And backed by 34 organizations, and I've seen firsthand that the lines between advocacy and education are being blurred. The same networks shaping public messaging are also influencing professional learning and curriculum, and that raises serious concerns about balance and transparency. One more second. Doing nothing is no longer an option, and I'm asking the council. Independent vetting of all organizations, inclusion of credible Jewish representation, adoption of the IRA definition, a full audit of New York City public school curriculum, Holocaust education, and enforcement towards standards addressing anti-Semitism. Thank you, and I can provide more information if necessary.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's okay. Hello, thank you for providing this opportunity. My name is Ira Chazen. Events of violence such as those of June 13th, 2024 have caused me to become scared to be on the subway system. I saw a frightening news video depict the takeover of a subway car by a masked leader of protesters screaming, "Repeat after me, raise your hands if you're a Zionist." Alarming as well was the news video I saw on April 9th, 2025 of the shutting down of Grand Central Station by anti-Israel protesters, many of them masked. I am openly identifiably Jewish due to the kippah I wear, a traditional head covering of Jewish men. This harassment is also a life-threatening, unacceptable breach of public safety and interruption of vital services. Being masked in public must be illegal to maintain accountability. Protests must be prohibited in public transportation facilities and roads and be peaceful at all times. When I saw the news report stating that on January 2nd, 2026, Mayor Mondani revoked the implementation of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is accepted by the U.S. State Department, I felt discriminated against by the New York City administration. New York City must adopt and implement the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I saw the news reported the same day stating that Mayor Mondani revoked implementation of New York State Executive Order 157 prohibiting boycotts against Israel. This singling out of the Jewish state as a boycott target is discriminatory against the Jewish state and Jewish people. I feel discrimination because I am Jewish. One more sentence. Mayor Mondani must be held accountable for this, and New York State Executive Order must be reinstated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Council for convening this inaugural hearing on the Anti-Semitism Task Force. My name is Zachary Winters, and I'm here today both as a victim of a hate crime and as a representative of the Combat Anti-Semitism movement. I applaud the Council for taking anti-Semitism seriously, and creating a space to address it head-on is an important and necessary step forward. But this issue is not just theoretical for me, it's personal. Last summer, I had the privilege of working in the U.S. Senate on the Foreign Relations Committee staff. During that time, I was the only visibly Jewish intern, not just on my committee, but in the entire U.S. Senate. I work Keep It Proudly every day. My work focused solely on the Asia desk, and I had nothing to do with Israel policy. Yet that did not matter. One day, while helping prepare an ambassador for his confirmation hearing, I was singled out outside a room of protesters. I was called a baby killer and an occupation supporter, not because of anything I had done, but simply because of how I looked and the kippah on my head. That experience did not stay in Washington. Back here in New York, I've heard that same rhetoric walking down our streets. I can recall multiple times last year walking with friends to NYU Chabad for Shabbat services, being yelled at by strangers, targeted simply because we look Jewish. In those moments, it became clear that hate like this is not isolated, and it's a growing and dangerous reality. And what's most troubling is how normalized this has become. How often Jewish people are told to ignore it, to brush it off, to accept it as part of daily life. It's often just dismissed as another minor anti-Semitic incident, nothing serious, nothing worth addressing. But how can this be acceptable? I, along with many visibly Jewish New Yorkers, walk the streets, take the subways, and go about our daily lives, knowing that we may be targeted, not for anything we've done, but simply for who we are and choosing to wear our kippahs proudly. I look forward to working with the task force to improve the benefits of Jewish New Yorkers all across New York. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, thank you very much for this historic hearing, because victims, Jews, we have some hope after this hearing. My name is Natasha Severin. I'm a senior citizen, and I represent single Jews who are scattered around New York and live in different places, especially in the public housing. It's a place that I consider maybe sometimes nest of crime and nest of hate crime as well. I'm undergoing hate crime as a Jew for last few years at this building, before even the story in Israel. And I've made 130 calls to 311 and 911. I have got 11 police reports, harassment, burglary, but never hate crime report. Police do their best not to mention hate crime in housing buildings, and I'm against them. The point is our housing buildings, especially senior buildings, are overfilled with young tenants who live here instead of their grandmothers, and American taxpayers are paying for them. And these young tenants, they commit these hate crimes. Police tell that once one have such story, I have a Jewish star, a David star on my door, and this David star was desecrated. It was covered with dirt, with machine oil. I called police and they told me it is not hate crime because they didn't draw swastik on your door. So I was very surprised. There was no any report, nobody was punished. And I think that police has old-fashioned list with Jewish hate crimes. That's why they don't open police report. They have to change this list and make it more modern.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'd like to thank this panel for their testimony, for staying, for sharing their stories. As a reminder, you could submit additional official testimony in writing, and of course, Chair Vernikov's office and mine are always available for other outreach. Thank you. I will now call the next panel. Ronald Greenberg, Ross Glick, Elizabeth Schultz, and Jonathan Vick. And if I mispronounced your names, apologies, you'll correct it on the record. Thank you so much for your testimony. Really appreciate it. We appreciate you coming down. Make sure your mic is on. State the name. Yeah. If your mic's on, you state your name for the record and you may begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Ross Glick. First of all, thank you for holding this hearing. I commend you. I'm very disappointed so little turnout from your colleagues, and even more concerning the feedback to the great questions you guys are asking to Felicia Ward. You know, in my view, in many people's view, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, right? Disagreeing with the politics of the Israeli government is one thing. That's certainly great. In free speech, I'm an absolutist. But when you're standing on the doorstep of a synagogue or even in close proximity to a synagogue with the intention of harassing and using slogans like globalize the Intifada in addition to all of the other vile obscenities, I'm confused by what I heard from the testimony of Felicia Ward, and even more so, if you saw my videos a few weeks ago, I confronted Mahmoud Khalil, who seems to be a friend of our mayor's, amongst many city council members, and I was trying to engage in a reasonable conversation, not attacking him, asking him why he supported Hamas, why he stands for Intifada, why he's supporting it, and who was I attacked by? New York City council members, Alexa Alvarez, Shahana Hanif, and you could see the videos, screaming at me, telling me that I stand with genocide when I stand for peace. So I think the problem is not just amongst the constituents, it's amongst the council members. Not only the mayor, but there are many council members who are now propagating additional anti-Semitic narratives around deed theft. We saw one of your council members get arrested today, Chia Se, and some performative, what I would call BS activism. And if you look at the comments in social media, they're attacking and blaming Jews.
Stay on topic. Thank you.
Yes, well, this is related to anti-Semitism because they're fomenting anti-Semitism with this new wave of what they're calling deed theft, and they're attributing it to Chabad and Hasidic Jews. If you look at the social media posts, and Shia Se is one of them who has been amplifying these social media posts, I've been following it, and this is another wave of anti-Semitism that's percolating well beyond the street protests. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony today.
No questions?
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the in-person portion of our public testimony. We will now move to remote testimony. If you're testifying remotely, please listen for your name to be called. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you. You may then start your testimony once the Sergeant at Arms sets the clock and cues you to begin.
Thank you. We're going to start with Eliza Lewin, and they'll be followed by Arlene Schlesinger. So, Eliza, please begin when you're ready.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Vernikov and Dinowitz. I'm Eliza Lewin, President of U.S. Affairs for the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement. I'm an attorney with over 30 years of experience countering religious discrimination. And earlier today, witnesses from the New York Police Department explained that the identity of a victim alone is not sufficient to establish an incident as a hate crime. They explain that what they need is evidence to establish that that crime was motivated by an anti-Jewish bias in order to confirm it as a hate crime. That's exactly wherein lies the rub, because if the police doing that investigation pigeonhole Jews as only a religion, they're likely to miss or even ignore evidence of bias that targets Jews on the basis of Jewish peoplehood and the Jewish people's connection to Israel. To effectively address anti-Semitism today, it's essential to understand that Judaism is an ancient ethno-religion defined by more than religious belief and religious practice. Jews are also a people whose history, ancestry, theology, customs, and culture are inextricably intertwined with the land of Israel. Jews in New York are increasingly being targeted due to this connection between the Jewish people and Israel, the Jews' ancestral homeland. Those who attack Jews and Jewish property in New York harass the Jewish business owners and patrons because they view all Jews around the world as connected to Israel. Today, those who recognize that the Jews are a people indigenous to Israel are frequently branded as, quote, Zionists, blamed for the world's misfortune, treated as pariahs, and even assaulted. And in addition, as the IRA definition explains, Israel, in quotes I put, is often substituted in the place of Jews in conspiracy models. So instead of accusing the Jews of conspiring to harm humanity and controlling government, the media, and the banks, there are those now who accuse Israel, quote unquote, of these evils, and that's anti-Semitism. To protect Jews from contemporary anti-Semitism, law enforcement must recognize as a hate crime both when Jews are targeted on the basis of their shared ancestry rooted in the land of Israel, and when Jews are targeted on the basis of their religious belief.
Thank you. Your
religious
time expired.
Okay. I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have.
I just have one question for Ms. Lowen. Thank you for testifying today. You stated that the IRA working definition is an essential tool that can help law enforcement distinguish between a political debate and anti-Semitic harassment of Jews. Can you elaborate and explain how the IRA definition does that?
Sure, thank you. To understand and apply the IRA definition correctly, you have to understand both what I was explaining about Jewish peoplehood, but you also have to understand that the way anti-Semitism manifests throughout the centuries is that it villainizes the Jews. It demonizes the Jews, right? The Jews become the source of the evil. Jews are often, and this is what the IRA definition explicitly states, is that Jews are frequently blamed for why things go wrong or accused of trying to harm humanity. And then the way it progresses is the idea is, well, since the Jews are standing between us and utopia, we need to push the Jews out of acceptable society. What we see today, and what the IRA definition explains, is that Israel is frequently treated as the, quote, Jewish collective, as the collective Jew. So if anti-Semitism is targeting not only individual Jews, but the Jewish people, sometimes what happens is you get people who will just substitute in the word Israel when what they're really referring to is the Jewish people. That's not a criticism of Israel, as the IRA definition says, similar to that leveled against any other country, right? That's not a criticism of the policies of the government of Israel, which the IRA definition explicitly states cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. So in other words, when you criticize the policies, that's not anti-Semitism. But when you substitute Israel in as the Jewish collective or Zionist in as the Jewish collective, and you accuse Israel or Zionists as conspiring to harm humanity, or you substitute Israel or Zionists into that conspiracy theory about how the Jews are always controlling the world, right? Because what it really is just using those terms as a substitute for the collective Jew. That's anti-Semitism. And that's how the IRA definition, it doesn't conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. It actually distinguishes between criticism of Israel, that it says is not anti-Semitism on the one hand, and the vilifying, the demonizing of the Jewish people on the other hand, which is anti-Semitism.
Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Arlene Schlesinger, followed by Darina Prokopets. Arlene, you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Arlene Schlesinger. I want to thank you for this chance of speaking out. I am a senior citizen, and I'm going to remind people that there was a time when being Jewish in the city meant strength, belonging, and safety. Safety in numbers, safety in knowing that New York Jewish people didn't have to live with their heads on a swivel. We help people build neighborhoods, businesses, hospitals, schools, garment centers, cultural institutions, and became the very heartbeat of the city. Jewish families poured their labors, dreams, and sacrifice into making the city what it is. I am now called brave for wearing my Star of David. Today, Jewish New Yorkers are told to stay quiet, hide symbols of faith, avoid certain streets, avoid certain campuses, avoid speaking openly, avoid drawing attention. Hatred is excused as politics, and intimidation is rebranded as activism. Harassment is minimized until it becomes violence. We see it as a danger when public figures traffic in rhetoric or associations that make New Yorkers feel dismissed, targeted, or unsafe. When leaders cannot clearly condemn or excuse those who spread it, those people, okay, in power, okay, or trying to get in for power, okay, they are our biggest threat. This is not progress, this is surrender. Anti-Semitism is allowed in schools, universities without restraint. Education is a huge key. With the bar so high, being able to prove bias attack, think of this. The Jewish population is only 10% of our population, yet Jewish hate crimes, accepted as hate crimes, are 55% alone in 2026. Take a time machine back. Just a short time ago, Jewish New Yorkers felt safe when our children and grandparents could move around the city without calculating risk for being visibly Jewish. I would like to see that education is mandated on Holocaust Remembrance Month or Jewish Month.
Thank you. Time expired.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll next have Darina Prokopets, followed by an anonymous testifier. Darina, you can begin as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Darina Prokopets, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I was not planning to be here, but I learned that just 2 days ago, there was a mob carrying Palestinian and IRGC flags outside my family's synagogue and the school that one of my children attends and that my younger child is scheduled to start attending this fall. District Attorney Gonzalez rightfully stated today that no one should feel afraid to send their children to Jewish school or to attend their house of worship, but I do feel afraid, so much so that I have already stopped allowing my 5-year-old son, who previously regularly attended synagogue, to go. The mob outside the school synagogue 2 days ago reinforces this fear. I'm not willing to gamble on whether one of my children would, God forbid, become a hate crime statistic. If and when this anti-Semitic mob, under the guise of free speech, escalates its behavior to an actual crime, and on whether or not the NYPD could foresee their conduct. I appreciate the right to free speech, but I want to know what my recourse is in order to feel that my children are safe in this city. I do not find anything that was said today by representatives of the NYPD and others reassuring or meaningfully and practically intended to actually protect my children from exposure to anti-Semitic hate and violence, whether or not constituting a defined criminal act. I find empty rhetoric and empty gestures of sympathy deeply insufficient and unacceptable when it comes to the safety of my children. At this point, it appears that little is done to confront anti-Semitism unless and until egregious physical violence or harm occurs, and this is not an acceptable standard. More should be done at the forefront to prevent such mobs and anti-Semitic intimidation. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. We'll next have Anonymous, followed by Dora Finns. Anonymous, you can begin as soon as you're ready. Okay, we'll come back to you. Dora Finns, you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members. My name is Dora Finns. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and descendant of Holocaust survivors. I'm testifying today because I think anti-Semitism is a serious problem in New York City and it deserves to be addressed that way. But this task force is co-chaired by a known bigot with a history of making offensive statements about Jews and Muslims and using a gun to intimidate campus protesters. Her presence here delegitimizes this entire task force. I'm now going to read aloud some of council members Vernikov's own tweets. Quote, Hollywood was hijacked years ago by the radical left. It should come as no surprise that it's a cesspool of woke, pandering, virtue signaling tools. It should come as even less of a surprise that Hollywood claps for a self-hating capo Jew denouncing his Jewishness. This was on March 11th, 2024, about the filmmaker Jonathan Glazer at the Oscars. The council member put the word Jew in quotation marks, implying that Glazer is not a real Jew. It should be said for the record that capo is a disgusting and unacceptable anti-Semitic term. It comes from the term used to describe Jews made to be Nazi collaborators in concentration camps during the Holocaust. The council member has used this term repeatedly to denigrate Jewish New Yorkers. On October 22nd, 2025, the council member tweeted in response to a Jewish New Yorker sharing a letter then-candidate Mamdani wrote to the Hasidic community in Yiddish, quote, OMG, he wrote a campaign card in Yiddish, but he wants you to burn in an oven. How much do you hate yourself, capo? That same day, she tweeted at the grandson of Holocaust survivors who shared the Yiddish letter, quote, you should change your bio to capo sellout. Councilmember Vernikov's anti-Semitism is only the tip of the iceberg. She has also made extremely Islamophobic statements, especially about Mayor Mamdani. In addition to the outrageous false claim that our city's first Muslim mayor wants Jews to burn in an oven, she has also called him a Marxist jihadist, a terrorist lover, a radical Islamist sympathizer who pals around with jihadists. She even defended Elon Musk, calling people who accused him of giving a Nazi salute at the inauguration.
Thank you. Time has expired.
She has no business.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn back to Anonymous, followed by Irene Siegel.
You may begin.
On July 27, 2022, I was a passenger on the subway on my way home. While I was seated, a group of young men entered the train car. They began playing loud music and dancing on the subway.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's very difficult to hear. Can you please try to speak a little more loudly?
Sure. During the activity, one individual from the group landed on my foot. I reacted to the contact, at which point the individual turned his attention toward me. He accused me of recording him on my phone and immediately threatened me, demanding my phone. Give me your phone, Jude, he said. The situation escalated quickly without any physical provocation from me. The individual approached and struck me in the face with his fist. The force of the punch caused immediate pain and visible injury, and I began bleeding everywhere. Following the assault, the individual and his friend exited the subway, and while he was leaving, he made threatening statements to the effect that if he had a gun, he would shoot me. The statement caused me additional fear and distress. As a result of the assault, I sustained physical injury to my face and the back of my head, including bleeding and pain, as well as emotional distress stemming from both the attack and the subsequent threat.
Thank you very much. We'll next hear from Irene Siegel. Irene, you may begin when you're ready.
My name is Irene Siegel. I'm a Jewish educator, a member of JVP, JFREJ, and also the Jewish Community Safety Campaign, with whom I've developed a community safety guide for Jewish institutions. I co-facilitate trainings against anti-Semitism and other forms of hate, and proudly advocate for the JFREJ Developed Community Safety Initiative, adopted by the City Council Progressive Caucus. I'll add that I'm a non-Zionist Jew and embody the living truth that Zionism is not an intrinsic component of Judaism, and nor is criticism of Zionists or Zionism intrinsically anti-Semitic by any stretch of the imagination. I'll also correct an earlier statement that claimed protesters at Park East Synagogue were targeting Jews attending worship services, when they were in fact no services taking place at the time. Instead, there was a political, non-religious event encouraging attendees to illegally occupy Palestinian lands. So I'm here because I think anti-Semitism is a serious problem and deserves to be addressed that way. But this task force is co-chaired by a known bigot with a history of offensive statements about both Jews and Muslims, and using a gun to intimidate campus protesters. Her presence delegitimizes this entire task force. And I'll now read aloud some of Vernikov's own tweets. Hollywood was hijacked years ago by the radical left. It should come as no surprise that it's a cesspool of woke, pandering, virtue signaling tools. It should come as even less of a surprise that Hollywood claps for a self-hating capo Jew denouncing his Jewishness. This was about Jonathan Glazer at the Oscars, who Vernikov implies is not a real Jew. It should also be noted that capo is a disgusting and unacceptable anti-Semitic term used to describe Jews made to be Nazi collaborators in concentration camps during the Holocaust. Vernikov has repeatedly used this term to denigrate Jewish New Yorkers, especially non-Zionists. Vernikov also tweeted in response to a Jewish New Yorker.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Thank you very much. I'll now read out the names of everyone who signed up to testify. And if you hear your name and wish to testify, please get the sergeant's attention. Michael Cohen, Judy Baum, Maureen Silverman, Nahid Noorani, Catherine Wolf, Tali Finkelstein, David Okonov, and Adrian Bond. Seeing no one else sign up to testify, I'll turn back to the chairs.
I just want to thank everyone who came out today from the administration, everyone who testified, of course, my co-chair, Chair Vernikov, and my colleagues on the task force. You know, this task force is really critical in addressing a problem that it seems a lot of people understand exists, but others don't want to admit exists. And that is the prevalence of anti-Semitism, both in terms of hate crimes and acts of bias that go severely underreported. And with today's hearing from members of the community, but also our city agencies, we are going to continue to take steps to make sure we are reporting these crimes. People know what to do because people deserve to be safe in our city. The Jewish community deserves to feel safe. And in contrast to a dark history of being persecuted and evicted from our homes, this government is not going to sit idly by and let that happen. We are going to act. We are going to do something to make sure Jews are and feel safe in our city.
Thank you, Chair Dinowitz. Seeing no one else who wishes to testify, this hearing is now adjourned.